Chapter 12:13. Boom! The grand sun, primordial fire, and grand een, primordial water, descended upon the crimson dragon mountains from a distance of billions of years. Instantly, water and fire shot into the skies, waking countless people in the crimson dragon mountains. The reason why Zhou Tong had broken through in the outside world was because he had advanced to the essence soul realm. The water and fire from the grand sun and grand een stars were too powerful. If he had done it in his own house, the entire building would have been destroyed. Is that the grand sun, primordial fire, and grand een, primordial water? Is this a sign of a breakthrough in the Qi Ming's portrait of nine heavens? Who was it that broke through the Qi Ming's portrait of nine heavens at this time? Such a huge commotion. Is it a breakthrough from a manifestation realm to the essence soul realm? The Qi Ming's portrait of nine heavens has broken through to the 13th tier. Doesn't that mean he is comparable to a late-stage essence soul realm god fiend? On the Crimson Dragon Mountains, countless Rain Dragon internal guards looked in the direction of Zhou Tong's breakthrough in shock. The water and fire ripples were so powerful that even many cultivators who were in deep seclusion were jolted awake. With their knowledge, they could naturally recognize that this was the sign of the Qi Ming's portrait of nine heavens breaking through to the essence soul realm. The Qi Ming's portrait of nine heavens, the grand sun, primordial fire, and grand een, primordial water that descended from the grand sun and grand een stars to reforge the divine body. It truly is the #1 god-fiend body tempering technique in the three realms. Just this momentum alone is far from what I can compare to when I broke through. An essence soul realm god-fiend was extremely envious. With the power of the Qi Ming's portrait of nine heavens, his divine body is comparable to a late-stage essence soul realm god-fiend, even though he has just broken through to the essence soul realm. Furthermore, he did not encounter any bottlenecks from the 13th to the 15th tier. Once he reaches the 15th tier, he will be comparable to a Void Return Realm God-Fiend and be on par with me. Another Void Return Realm, Earth, Immortal Praised. Although the Crimson Bright diagram of the nine heavens was the strongest technique, it was also the most difficult technique. No matter if it was the speed of cultivation or the difficulty of advancement, this body refinement technique far surpassed other fiend god body refinement techniques. But it was also because of this reason that this body tempering technique's portrait of nine heavens. To be able to break through to the essence soul realm with the Qi Ming's nine heavens chart, I never expected there to be such a talent in my Crimson Dragon Mountain range. But who was it? When did our Crimson Dragon Mountain range have such a god fiend? In a cave abode at the dragon head of the Crimson Dragon Mountain range, a middle-aged man looked in Zhou Tong's direction. This person was the commander of the Rain Dragon Guard of Stillwater Commandery, Immortal Guyue. With a thought, a roll of names flew out from a nearby bookshelf and fell into Immortal Guyue's hand. Amongst the Rain Dragon Guards of Stillwater Commandery, there are only 11 who train in the diagram of the nine heavens of the Qi Ming. 8 of them are at the Zifu level, and all of them are geniuses that our Crimson Dragon Mountain range has nurtured since they were young. The other 3, although at the Wanxiang level, are currently carrying out missions in the outside world. They aren't at the Crimson Dragon Mountain range, and so they aren't the ones making the breakthrough. Could it be? With a thought, Immortal Guyu changed the roll of names. This was a list of those who had passed the previous 2 Rain Dragon Guard trials. These people were all cultivators who had passed the trials, but were still on a year of vacation. Only after they had completed their year of vacation would they be considered Rain Dragon Guards who could go out and carry out missions. Zhou Tong, a Wanxiang level god fiend who trains in the diagram of the nine heavens of the Qi Ming. But how could he be so fast? A year ago, he was only at the early Wanxiang level. So he is actually a Xiantian fiend god. Oh, a Xiantian fiend god. No wonder he can train at such a high speed. His innate talent is simply too astonishing. Immortal Guyu nodded to himself. However, there's no way our Crimson Dragon Mountain range can keep a talent like this. In addition, several years ago, His Imperial Majesty said that in the future, some geniuses might appear. He told us to keep an eye out for them, and to report back as soon as we discover them. Can it be that this Zhou Tong is one of them? Immortal Gu Yu made a grasping motion with his right hand. Instantly, a jade slip appeared in his palm. He used his divine sense to carve a few words onto the jade slip, then took out a small teleportation array and placed the jade slip atop it. Rumble, with a dazzling flash of light, the jade slip instantly disappeared from within the estate. This was a formation that only the commanders of the Rain Dragon Guard commanderies of the Grand Xia possessed. It was a formation that allowed them to directly contact the headquarters of the Rain Dragon Guard. I've reported this to the higher-ups. As for what happens next, that'll depend on the arrangements made by headquarters. After finishing his task, Immortal Gu Yu closed his eyes once more entering a state of cultivation. At the same time, within the Crimson Dragon Mountain range, the water and fire that filled the skies slowly dissipated, revealing Zhou Tong's figure. He had officially broken through to the primal level. So this is the primal level of the Fiend God Body refining stage. Zhou Tong opened his eyes, carefully analyzing his current state. He could sense that his control over his physical body had improved. Almost subconsciously, he once more transformed into his true phoenix form. Instantly, a scarlet glow filled the skies, and an auspicious aura filled the skies. An enormous phoenix, over 1,000 meters long, spread its wings and soared into the skies above the Crimson Dragon Mountain range. A Khanate Fiend God? So his innate true form is actually a phoenix? A Khanate phoenix born from the heavens and earth. It's said to be an auspicious celestial bird, the king of all birds, the sovereign of fire born from fire. This background is truly incredible. Who would have thought that a phoenix would be born in this era? I've always thought that phoenixes were only born during the creation of the heavens and earth. Who would have thought that they still exist now? It's just that their strength is a little weak. The legendary phoenixes are born as gods. Many people were secretly astonished. This was something they hadn't expected. During the time that Zhou Tong had broken through, some people had already found information on him. Naturally, his identity as a Khanate Fiend God had already spread, but only now did they know that Zhou Tong's true form was actually a phoenix. Compared to the other Khanate Fiend Gods of all shapes and sizes, Zhou Tong's phoenix identity was clearly viewed with more importance by many. Fiend gods and fiend gods naturally existed in the world of gods and fiend gods. Those strangely shaped creatures that looked just like strange creatures were considered fiend gods by the world. However, dragons, phoenixes, and Sheelans were considered gods by the world. Screech. The cry of a phoenix shook the 9 heavens. Zhou Tong spread his wings, and a scarlet glow shot into the heavens. Scarlet feathers fell from his body, and then they rapidly transformed in the void. In the blink of an eye, numerous tiny phoenixes were circling around him. Myriad incarnations. Then, those tiny phoenixes suddenly transformed into streaks of fiery light and merged back into Zhou Tong's body. The primordial spirit realm of Fiend God Body refinement is different from that of Qi refinement. This path spreads one spirit to every corner of the body, every inch of flesh. Thus, every drop of blood can transform into a clone. Zhou Tong's figure flashed, and he returned to his human form, landing back in the Crimson Dragon Mountains. However, with the talent that I've displayed so far, perhaps my information has already been placed on the table of the Grand Xiao Emperor. Zhou Tong couldn't help but laugh. There was another important reason why he had publicly broken through. It was because he wanted to attract the attention of the upper echelons and thus receive better training. This was also an important reason why he had joined the Rain Dragon Guard. Chapter 12:14. Although Zhou Tong's breakthrough had attracted the attention of many people in the Crimson Dragon Mountain range, it soon became a topic of conversation for many experts. After all, in a world where cultivation was possible, almost everyone was thinking about increasing their cultivation and living freely in the world. After his breakthrough, he successfully reported back to the Rain Dragon Guard. His one-year vacation was also over. Next, he would wait for his superiors to assign him a mission for the Rain Dragon Guard. The primordial soul realm, the 13th stage of the Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens. With my current cultivation speed, it's indeed much slower. If I cultivate with all my might, it'll take at least a year to break through to the 16th stage and reach the Void Return realm. If I include the missions for the Rain Dragon Guard, it'll probably take even longer. After dealing with some miscellaneous matters, Zhou Tong sat quietly in his small building and cultivated. The primordial soul realm was a completely new realm. Zhou Tong needed to properly understand the mysteries of this realm. At the same time, he also needed to cultivate many divine abilities again during this period of time. Many divine abilities were very simple to cultivate, but after reaching a higher realm, they needed to be further cultivated. For example, Zhou Tong was currently only at the 2nd stage of the Star Plucking Hand. He needed to find enough materials to cultivate the 3rd stage. There was also the Chaos Divine Arrow, which required a certain amount of time to accumulate more and stronger arrows. Not only that, but there was also the problem of magic treasures. After his breakthrough, he also needed new magic treasures. The previous Earth-rank magic treasures were somewhat unsuitable. However, he didn't need to pay too much attention to the problem of magic treasures for the time being. The problem of magic treasures. To be precise, it's the problem of weapons. The Godfiend body tempering technique has a special Godfiend blood-refined weapon. It can grow as the Godfiend grows, and the more it kills, the stronger it becomes. My Tribulation Fire Divine, Bao, can be considered to meet the requirements. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while, then took out the Tribulation Fire Divine Bao. A fire tribute Bao wasn't that easy to find, because bows and arrows were all about speed, and the speed of flames wasn't considered fast. Therefore, most bows and arrows were either non-elemental or had wind or lightning elemental attributes. This kind of fire bow was very rare, and this bow was considered suitable for him. Forget it. There's no need to spend so much effort on weapons. Zhou Tong didn't think too much about it. In any case, weapons refined by fiend gods could grow along with the cultivator. Even if it was a weapon forged from the most ordinary iron, it could still grow to a shocking level. Let's begin. Zhou Tong was very decisive. He cut his wrist on the spot and let out some blood. What was blood refining? It was a method for fiend gods to use their own blood to refine weapons. Unlike Qi refining cultivators, fiend gods didn't have the flexible and versatile techniques that Qi refining cultivators had. Therefore, they couldn't refine magic treasures with different effects. However, fiend gods had their own unique weapon training technique, blood refinement. Zhou Tong took out a cauldron and filled it with 500 kilograms of blood before stopping. After he stopped, the wound on his wrist naturally healed. At the same time, the blood loss was also completely recovered in an instant. Phoenixes were immortal birds that were best at recovery. In addition, with his fiend god body tempering cultivation to the essence soul realm, Zhou Tong's recovery ability was definitely the best in the 3 realms. The blood refining ritual is quite complicated. Furthermore, each sect has different rituals. Zhou Tong closed his eyes and recalled the blood refining techniques he had obtained from the Daozong Palace. The most important thing about fiend god blood refining was sincerity. Then, one's blood would form a special array formation. Then, it would trigger some kind of power between heaven and earth to form fiend god characters and augment it. Some fiend gods believed in the Tao of killing, so the final word formed during their blood refining process was kill. Some fiend gods believed in lightning, so the final word formed during their blood refining process was lightning. There were also all kinds of other fiend god characters, such as wind, fire, ice, and so on. Of course, the word kill was used the most. This was because weapons were used to kill enemies. Actually, there's still a way to condense 2 types of characters. My Tribulation Fire Divine, Bao, should use the 2 types of characters, kill and fire. I need to set up the ritual in a special way. As Zhou Tong pondered over these characters, he deduced the ritual's process in his heart. He had seen many fiend god blood refining processes and knew the key to triggering two characters at the same time. However, the characters that were triggered were different, so he needed to redesign it. Half a day later, he finally set up the ritual according to his own situation. At the same time, he used his divine sense to guide the blood he released, turning it into a huge and complicated pattern. It was a pattern similar to a phoenix bathing in fire. Boom! As soon as the pattern was formed, countless blood-colored beams of light soared into the sky along with streaks of scarlet light. Screech! Zhou Tong didn't say anything and only let out a clear phoenix cry. Immediately, the scarlet light and sanguine light that soared into the sky began to condense towards the center. Originally, this step should be called Zhu Shun, which required the cultivator to kneel down and worship sincerely. However, Zhou Tong only used a single phoenix cry to quickly complete this step. The so-called inviting the ancestor god was actually all about sincerity. Kneeling and kowtowing were all empty. Zhou Tong's heart force was the ruler of the third layer, and he himself was the ruler of his own heart. Thus, the entire process was simplified countless times. Half a day passed, and soon, the sanguine light and scarlet light condensed into two fiend god characters in the void, fire and kill. Boom! As these two characters condensed, an unknown change seemed to have appeared in the void. A scorching aura and an ice-cold, killing intent lingered in the center of the ritual's array. This aura was ancient and powerful, as if it had existed since the beginning of the world. Any cultivator who came into contact with this aura would unconsciously tremble. What a strange aura! This ritual is not only my own heart, but also something that naturally exists between heaven and earth. Zhou Tong secretly analyzed in his heart. Wah, 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 wah. Zhou Tong placed the tribulation fire divine bow in the center of the ritual. Then, the two characters fire and kill continuously flew out and merged into the tribulation fire divine bow. As the shadows merged, the two characters fire and kill in the air began to slowly dissipate. At the same time, Zhou Tong also felt that the tribulation fire divine bow had a strange connection with him, as if it had become a part of his body. Zhou Tong's heart stirred, and the tribulation fire divine bow appeared in his palm. Then, he forcefully pulled it, and a flaming arrow instantly appeared on the bowstring. Then, he slowly put away the bow, and the flaming arrow also slowly dissipated. The pulling force of the bow is several times greater than before. The condensation of the arrow is also stronger than before, and the killing intent it contains is also more. Zhou Tong nodded in satisfaction, put away the tribulation fire divine bow, and continued to sit cross-legged and cultivate. Half a day later, his Rain Dragon Guard token suddenly lit up. Zhou Tong opened his eyes, eager to try. It's finally time to go out on a mission. Chapter 12:15. Zhou Tong left his residence and arrived at the Military Affairs Hall. This was the place where missions were issued to Rain Dragon Guards. The front hall was for ordinary Rain Dragon Guards, while the rear hall was for inner Rain Dragon Guards. Because the missions issued by the front hall were for ordinary Rain Dragon Guards, there were only a few people there to register. Most of the places were like bulletin boards, displaying missions for ordinary Rain Dragon Guards to choose from. The rear hall was much smaller, and most of the missions in the rear hall were issued by their superiors according to their strength. It was more like an army. In terms of carrying out missions, inner Rain Dragon Guards were far less carefree than ordinary Rain Dragon Guards. As an inner Rain Dragon Guard, Zhou Tong directly entered the rear hall of the Military Affairs Hall. Within the main hall, there was an Earth Immortal seated cross-legged on a bed of clouds. He looked at Zhou Tong, then said, "Zhou Tong, congratulations on reaching the primal soul stage using the Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens. This is your first mission as a Rain Dragon Guard." It was just a fluke. Zhou Tong nodded slightly. The Earth Immortal didn't say much. He just said, Thousand Star City was razed to the ground 7 days ago. All 750,000 people in the city were devoured by a peak stage, primal soul stage peacock. Right now, this peacock monster has already fled into the mountain sea marsh. Your mission is to find it, then kill it. Based on the intelligence we, the Rain Dragon Guard, have obtained, this peacock has already condensed its lifeblood tail feathers of the 4 elements of metal, wood, fire, and earth. Given your primal level of cultivation in the crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens, you should be able to deal with it. Peacocks were divine beasts that were born from the 5 elements. They were the favored children of the heavens and the earth. The purer the bloodline of a divine beast like a peacock, the more likely it was to condense tail feathers of the 5 elements. Peacocks with ordinary bloodlines would be able to condense 2 feathers, while those with higher bloodlines would be able to condense 3. Peacocks with the purest bloodlines would be able to condense 5 feathers. A peacock that could condense 5 feathers was definitely no weaker than a god fiend of the same level. In fact, it could even rival a celestial immortal at the void return level. However, the peacock he was facing this time was not the kind of peacock with the purest bloodline. It had only condensed the 4 elements of metal, wood, fire, and earth. It still lacked a water element feather. The details of the mission are in this jade slip. After accepting the mission, set out immediately. Delay is not an option. With that, he tossed a jade slip over to Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong nodded, accepted the mission, and immediately left the military affairs hall. After leaving the military affairs hall, Zhou Tong moved forward while reading the contents of the jade slip. The Thousand-Star City was over 10,000 kilometers away from the Crimson Dragon Mountains. This city was the territory of a former keeper of the Rain Dragon Guard. That person had already perished during a mission. According to the rules of the Rain Dragon Guard, this territory would be under the protection of the Rain Dragon Guard for the next 10,000 years. But now, in less than 3,000 years, this city had been destroyed by a dire monster. The dire monster, the peacock, had devoured more than 700,000 living creatures of the Thousand-Star City, then fled into the Great Lakes of the mountains and seas. This Great Lakes of the mountains and seas was one of the top 10 most dangerous places in Stillwater Commandery. The dangers of this place were very similar to the dangers of the wild marshes of the Jail Mountains. Because of the Fiend God War, the space within this place was extremely fragmented, and if one wasn't careful, one could easily enter another dimension. Generally speaking, fellows who have committed grave sins like these would flee into extremely dangerous places. Zhou Tong carefully read through the description of the jade slip, then secretly shook his head. What an untactful monster. The Grand Xia dynasty controlled the entire world, and the Rain Dragon Guard went everywhere to kill all sorts of people and monsters who had committed grave sins. Despite having such a powerful background, they still dared to commit crimes. Was there something wrong with their heads? The so-called sins were actually things that the Tao of the heavens had determined. Many cultivators had stepped onto the path of the demonic Tao, using the lives of thousands of living creatures to train in divine abilities or forge magic treasures. Their bodies were filled with an exceedingly heavy amount of sin, and by killing these sinners, one would be able to increase one's karmic virtue and karmic luck. The reason why the Grand Xia dynasty went everywhere to search for sinners like these was because if they continuously killed these sinners, the karmic luck of the Grand Xia dynasty would constantly rise as well. As Zhou Tong browsed through the contents of the jade slip, he walked towards the teleportation array within the Crimson Dragon Mountains. The Great Lakes of the mountains and seas were very similar to the wild marshes of the Jail Mountains. Both had teleportation arrays for the Rain Dragon Guard. These teleportation arrays were for the convenience of those Rain Dragon keepers who were on missions. This was because many cultivators who had committed grave sins loved to hide in dangerous places like these. The top 10 most dangerous places of Stillwater Commandery all had teleportation arrays. Halt! Zhou Tong arrived at the teleportation array, and instantly, a Rain Dragon Guard standing guard there blocked his path. The mission requires me to go to the Great Lakes of the mountains and seas. Zhou Tong casually flashed the mission jade slip. After inspecting the jade slip, the Rain Dragon Guard in charge of the teleportation array nodded. Have a safe journey. Rumble, Zhou Tong walked into the teleportation array. Surrounded by a blurry light, Zhou Tong's body trembled slightly, and space-time around him changed. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at a completely new place. This was the teleportation array of the Great Lakes of the mountains and seas. Zhou Tong showed the Rain Dragon Guard his mission Jade Slip, and the Rain Dragon Guard also let him pass. They live up to their reputation as the militarized Rain Dragon Guards. Entering the teleportation array requires inspection, and leaving the array requires inspection as well. Zhou Tong said to himself, "So this is the Great Lakes of the mountains and seas." After walking out of the teleportation array, Zhou Tong's eyes lit up. Unlike the wild marshes of the Jail Mountains, the Great Lakes of the mountains and seas didn't consist of endless mountain ranges. Instead, it was a vast, boundless sea. To be precise, this was the largest inland lake in Stillwater Commandery. It took up an area of tens of thousands of kilometers and could be described as an enormous inland sea. The surface of the sea was dotted with countless islands. Many dire monsters either ruled over these islands or established underwater mansions. The Rain Dragon Guard, however, was stationed on an enormous island within the Great Lakes of the mountains and seas. How troublesome. For a mission like this, killing the peacock isn't hard. The true difficulty is finding the peacock. Zhou Tong was rather speechless. How was he supposed to find the peacock in such a large place? Even though his divine sense was extraordinarily powerful, to completely flip through the entire Great Lakes of the mountains and seas would be quite difficult. In particular, there were many places in the Great Lakes of the mountains and seas that were simply too deep. Even divine sense was unable to penetrate them. The time limit for this mission is 1 year. If I can kill the peacock within a year, I'll have completed the mission. If I exceed the time limit and am unable to find the peacock, I'll have failed the mission. Next, I'll have to find someone more powerful to do it. Zhou Tong knew how the Rain Dragon Guard worked. He immediately flew out of the Rain Dragon Guard's headquarters, then spread his wings and flew towards the sea. I'll take it slow. I still have a year. Chapter 12:16. Above the great swamp of the mountains and seas. Zhou Tong flew into the air, and a vertical eye appeared between his brows. Wisps of light bloomed from the vertical eye between his brows. This was his heavenly eye. The heavenly eye in this world was very simple. When the soul reached a certain level, it could be transformed into divine sense, and the heavenly eye would naturally be born. As expected of the great swamp of the mountains and seas. As expected of the favorite place of many fugitives in the great Xia. Zhou Tong scanned with his heavenly eye, and could clearly see that there were several places where the turbid air was dense, and wisps of red light were faintly revealed. This was the turbid air of sin. Those with merit would be surrounded by clear air, while those with grave sins would be surrounded by turbid air. When merit was concentrated to the extreme, it would produce a golden light, and when sin was concentrated to a certain extent, it would produce a blood-red light. However, the merit and sin of this world seemed to be the merit and sin of the human Tao. Killing someone is a sin, but saving someone is a merit? Zhou Tong was very curious. Could it be that the heavenly Tao of this world had self-awareness? Otherwise, why would merit and sin be calculated from the perspective of living beings? Let's kill a few great demons with grave sins first. I wonder how merit and karma are calculated. Zhou Tong targeted the direction of an island and transformed into a hurricane, tearing through the sky and charging directly toward it. Clang! When he arrived above the island, Zhou Tong suddenly attacked. Using his palm as a saber, a brilliant black saber light instantly slashed down. Boom! The saber light seemed to have struck something and paused for a moment, then quickly rushed through it. At the same time, the space within a radius of over 50 kilometers began to distort and transform. The seemingly empty island instantly transformed into a massive city. Within this city, a large number of human slaves were suffering. They were like the most lowly laborers, being ordered around by many great yaos to do their jobs. These human slaves were all mortals, and there were people who could not bear the burden and died at every moment. Is there something wrong with the head of the great demons in charge of this place? Zhou Tong looked at the scene in front of him and was a little speechless. This was a world where cultivators could cultivate. The power of cultivators far surpassed that of mortals. A project that 100,000 mortals spent 10 years to build could be completed by a single cultivator with a wave of his hand. Under such circumstances, he was still oppressing mortals like this. Was there something wrong with his head? Zhou Tong's divine sense instantly enveloped the entire city. Within his divine sense, he could sense the hearts of the countless mortals within the city. Anger, numbness, sorrow, pain, despair. And within these endless negative emotions, there was an endless amount of resentment. Suppress. Zhou Tong formed a seal with both of his hands and cast a kind of divine sense secret technique. Suddenly, a huge divine sense directly suppressed the entire city. The majestic momentum was simply like the sky falling down. Under the suppression of this divine sense, countless people in the city felt as if the sky was collapsing and they were about to be crushed to death. Countless mortals trembled as they knelt on the ground, begging for forgiveness. On the other side, the demons in the city were even more terrified. They knew that a true master had come knocking on their door. Many great demons even wanted to flee. Impossible, I can't fly. Not good. The fluctuations of the divine sense have been suppressed. I can't use magic treasures. No, I can't even use my true essence. Spare me, my lord. These great demons who wanted to escape were all horrified. Under such a majestic divine sense, they couldn't even drive the true essence in their bodies. In this large city, the stronger one was the greater the impact, and the faster they would die. This was a relatively simple divine sense secret technique. Zhou Tong had found it in the cave abode of a celestial immortal in the wild marshes of the Jail Mountains. This technique was called the Sky Collapsing Mystic Technique. This mystic technique was very interesting. As the saying went, when the sky collapses, there are tall people to hold it up. This mystic technique seemed to be a large-scale attack, but it had an instinctive identification function. The stronger one was, the more they would be suppressed. Only when the stronger one was crushed to death would the weaker one continue to be suppressed. Puff! In an instant, the head of this city's city lord, a snake demon, exploded. Then the great demons under him all cried out in pain, bleeding from their orifices. Finally, the supervisors in charge of the human slaves died. They were the weakest and the last to die. Withdraw. Only after all the great demons in the city had fallen did Zhou Tong retract his secret technique. That divine sense that weighed down like Mount Tai rapidly dissipated. At this time, the slaves in the city came to their senses. The supervisors who had been bullying them had all died. Thank you, great immortal, for saving our lives. Some of the human slaves looked up at Zhou Tong in the sky. They realized that it was Zhou Tong who had saved them. Life in the mountain sea marsh is not easy, but this island is protected by an array formation. As long as it is repaired a little, you can continue to live. Remember these words. Constantly strive for self-improvement. Zhou Tong waved his hand. Suddenly, streaks of light flew into the city below and into the bodies of a few people who were surrounded by the pure chi of virtue. These people's bodies suddenly trembled. They felt as if many things had suddenly appeared in their minds. It seemed to have something to do with the array formation. It also seemed to be a cultivation method. For a moment, they couldn't understand completely. They wanted to ask, but when they looked up at the sky, Zhou Tong had already disappeared. I've done everything I can. How you survive from now on is up to you, Zhou Tong thought to himself after leaving the island. At the same time, he looked at himself with his heavenly eye and found that the pure chi of virtue on his body seemed to have become denser. Killing cultivators with great sins and rescuing those who possess the pure chi of merit can really increase one's merit. It's just that the increase is much smaller than I imagined. Is it because the group of people I saved might do evil in the future, so they put the blame on me? The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the more speechless he became. This world's accounting was too confusing. At this moment, Zhou Tong even thought of a scene. A cultivator who specialized in saving people. He was surrounded by pure chi of virtue and was free and unfettered between heaven and earth. But in the next moment, his body was burned by karmic fire and turned into ashes. And the reason could be because one of the people he saved had turned into a demon. The heavenly Tao and merit are too casual. There is no standard. Sometimes, it even depends on luck. The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the more speechless he felt. This world's arrangement is forcing all cultivators to draw a clear line between themselves and mortals. Forget it. I'm not going to think about it anymore. I'll continue to look for Peacock. Zhou Tong shook his head and continued to wander around the mountain sea marsh. He spread out his divine sense and looked everywhere for the target of this mission, Peacock. Chapter 12:17. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since Zhou Tong had arrived at the mountain sea marsh. During these 3 months, Zhou Tong had traversed more than half of the mountain sea marsh, but he hadn't been able to find any trace of that peacock. One thing he was certain of was that the peacock had definitely gone into hiding long ago. In fact, it had even set up formations to block out divine sense. During the past 3 months, the only thing Zhou Tong had done was to wipe out those dire monsters and cultivators who hadn't hidden themselves very well and were covered in sin. But of course, the reason why Zhou Tong had killed these sinful cultivators was because of some of the techniques he had acquired during his previous year of experimentation. During the past year, he had meditated on a large number of techniques. Some of them were written in a rather complicated manner, and even Zhou Tong hadn't been able to understand some parts of them. But during these past 3 months of experimentation, many of the parts which he had been unable to understand had gradually become clearer. During these past 3 months, he had greatly improved his understanding of those secret arts, divine abilities, and techniques. If I continue to search like this, I'll be wasting time. In fact, I'll be wasting my cultivation. It just so happens that during this period of time, I've already collected enough resources to break through. Zhou Tong pondered for a moment, then landed on a desolate, uninhabited island. He casually opened up an estate within the mountain, then set down some formations and restrictions, then immediately sat down in the lotus position. Let's begin. Zhou Tong waved his hand, and a jade bottle appeared in his palm. He pulled out the stopper, and instantly, a dense amount of elemental energy began to emanate from within the bottle. Just breathing in a single breath was enough to make one feel refreshed. This jade bottle contained the liquefied elemental essence, which Zhou Tong had collected from the sinful cultivators of the mountain sea marsh during the past 3 months. There was more than 100,000 kilograms in total. Training as a key refiner was very simple. As long as one's level of insight was high enough, one could simply spend enough resources and soar into the heavens. Zhou Tong's soul was extremely powerful, and his level of insight was virtually comparable to that of a pure young, true immortal. Naturally, his rate of cultivation was astonishingly fast. However, in the past year or so, he'd spent most of his time comprehending and cultivating the cultivation techniques and books of this world to deepen his foundation. The remaining time was practically spent on the fiend god body refinement. Therefore, his strength as a chi refiner hadn't made much progress in the past year. He had only familiarized himself with the Wanxiang realm from a systematic point of view. But now he had time and resources. It was time to take a step forward. Absorb! Zhou Tong opened his mouth and sucked. Immediately, a massive amount of liquefied elemental essence flew into his mouth. As the liquefied elemental essence entered his body, within his Zifu region, the scorching sun above the sea of elemental energy started to radiate extremely pure elemental energy. For a moment, the entire sea of elemental energy started to boil. At the same time, the sea level naturally began to rise. Crash! At the same time, the sea of elemental energy began to condense into one mysterious speck of essence after another. These specks of essence flew out from the surface of the sea, quickly flying into the skies, towards the trillions of stars at the very top of the Zifu region, as well as the sun and the moon. These trillions of stars, the sun, and the moon were all moving in an incomparably mysterious manner. They were connected to the sun, moon, and stars in the outside world, and were affected by the true sun, moon, and stars, which was why they were moving in this manner. And it was precisely because of the movement of the sun, moon, and stars that the purest Wanxiang level elemental energy could be born. Crash! As soon as the specks of essence that rose from the sea of elemental energy flew into the skies, they were immediately drawn into the natural grand formation formed by the revolving stars in the skies. And then, those specks of essence were ground apart by the revolving formation, fusing into every single star. In particular, the lunar star and the solar star took up the largest share. Rumble! The stars revolved. They seemed to know no exhaustion, constantly revolving within the Zifu region. As they absorbed more and more essence, they began to transform as well. Rumble! Finally, after reaching a certain level, all of the sun, moon, and stars underwent a qualitative transformation. The most obvious change was that the Wanxiang level elemental energy they emitted had become even purer. 12,000 kilograms of elemental energy, and I've only reached the middle Wanxiang level. I wonder if my 300,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence will be enough to break through to the primal level. Zhou Tong was rather speechless. He seemed to have underestimated the amount of resources he needed. As a fiend god body refiner, Zhou Tong's body was far more powerful than that of other key refiners. Naturally, the amount of resources he needed to break through was far greater than that of other immortal cultivators. Time to continue. Zhou Tong spent a few days to properly comprehend the middle Wanxiang level, then continue to train. This time, he used up 20,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence, which caused the countless stars within his Zifu region to once more undergo a comprehensive transformation. After spending a few more days to settle down, Zhou Tong continued to refine liquefied elemental essence. This time, he used up 40,000 kilograms of it to reach the level of perfection. By now, only 250,000 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence remained of his original 300,000 kilograms. Continue. Today, I'll use this opportunity to break through to the primal level as a key refiner. Zhou Tong opened his mouth and sucked in, instantly swallowing all of the liquefied elemental essence into his body. All of the liquefied elemental essence was instantly refined, transforming into the purest form of elemental ki within his Zifu region. The entire sea of elemental ki instantly began to expand to an unprecedented degree. Arise! With but a thought, Zhou Tong caused millions upon millions of specks of light to fly out from within the vast, boundless sea of elemental ki. The countless specks of light merged into the countless stars, condensing into the golden crow and the moon rabbit. In the instant that all of the essence merged into the stars, the sun, the moon, and the stars, which had long since reached their limits, instantly transformed into pillars of light that shot downwards. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Millions upon millions of pillars of light shot down from the highest point of the Zifu region. The pillars of light from the stars were somewhat slender, but the pillars of light from the sun and the lunar star were incomparably bright. It was as though they were divine light capable of cleaving apart the heavens and the earth. Finally, the countless pillars of light all converged in the central region of the Zifu region, gradually forming a colossal object. The sun's pillar of light formed the head of a tortoise, while the lunar star's pillar of light began to form the head of a snake. The essence of millions upon millions of stars condensed into a colossal body. As the pillars of light illuminated the colossal object, it began to gradually solidify and become clearer. Finally, when the light dissipated, a legendary existence appeared, the tortoise serpent. When cultivators of any race or bloodline broke through to the primal level as a key refiner, they would form a tortoise serpent primal spirit. This was determined by the cultivation system of this world. What was cultivated according to this cultivation system was the tortoise serpent primal spirit. The tortoise represented yang, and the snake represented yin. The tortoise represented hardness, and the snake represented softness. The tortoise serpent represented both hardness and softness, yin and yang. The intersection of yin and yang, the harmony of hardness and softness, gave birth to all living things. This was the true essence of the tortoise serpent primal spirit. Chapter 12:18. Rumble. In the instant that the turtle snake took form, it seemed to have come to life. It began to crawl through the air, crawling directly into the sea of elemental ki below. For a moment, it was as though an enormous island had appeared within the sea of elemental ki, slowly moving about. The turtle snake is formed. Soul descend. Instantly, Zhou Tong's soul descended into the enormous turtle snake. In this instant, Zhou Tong felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. The turtle snake body had an innately powerful, nurturing effect on the soul. Zhou Tong could even sense that his soul was rapidly strengthening and improving at an unprecedented rate. The primal stage was an enormous opportunity for a cultivator's soul to improve. Whether it was the terrifying divine body formed by fiend god body refiners or the primal turtle snake ki refiners, both had enormous nurturing effects on a cultivator's soul. As for Zhou Tong, he had both the fiend god body and the primal turtle snake ki refiners. These two powerful effects caused his soul's strength to approach that of a pure yang, true immortal. But of course, this sort of rapid nurturing effect would only appear when one had just reached the primal stage. After half a year, this sort of nurturing effect would slowly decline. Rumble. The turtle snake coiled, and yin and yang intersected. Right at this moment, golden flames suddenly appeared on the turtle snake's shell. These flames were incomparably hot, but they didn't harm the primal in the slightest. This was the primal fire which every primal Taoist possessed. However, compared to other primal Taoists, Zhou Tong's primal fire was clearly much more powerful due to his phoenix form and his technique. In fact, even void-level Earth immortals might not necessarily be able to compare to him. Whoosh! At this moment, as his soul merged into the turtle snake, the enormous turtle snake, carrying the primal fire, swam about freely within the sea of elemental ki within his Zifu region. Its eyes were incomparably intelligent, as though it had a true life of its own. Rumble. In the air above his Zifu region, the sun, the moon, and the stars began to shine brilliantly, and one ray of light after another converged towards the turtle snake. As the light converged, the turtle snake's body grew larger and more solid. This entire process continued for a long time before finally coming to a halt. This also indicated that Zhou Tong had reached the early nascent divinity realm in terms of qi refinement. Indeed, the essence liquid I have is only enough for me to break through to the essence soul realm. Zhou Tong opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. I estimate that I'll need 500,000 caddies of liquefied elemental essence to cultivate to the great circle of the primordial divinity realm. However, once I reach the peak nascent divinity stage as a key refiner, I should be able to temporarily stop and focus on the fiend god body refiner path. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a moment before making up his mind. The key refiners of the three realms were very weak. Once one became a celestial immortal with this sort of key refiner technique, one's future would be over. Before becoming a celestial immortal, fiend god body refiners had always been more powerful than key refiners. But in truth, after becoming a celestial immortal, the advantages of key refiners would truly come into play. Those celestial immortals who had obtained the first-class golden pill were even more terrifying than Empyrean gods of the same level. Upon becoming a celestial immortal, a key refiner would have a total of 3 paths to choose from. Different paths would result in different future golden pill gains. First-tier celestial immortals would use the energy of a vast, boundless region of the world to form the golden pill. These celestial immortals were equivalent to the most powerful Empyrean gods, and they had many different techniques in battle. Some first-tier celestial immortals were even more terrifying than Empyrean gods. Second-tier celestial immortals would use all sorts of chaos treasures to help form the golden pill. These celestial immortals would just barely reach the threshold of Empyrean gods, and they could be considered quite powerful. Third-tier celestial immortals would use their own energy to form the golden pill. These celestial immortals were nothing more than food for Empyrean gods. Even if they came in a group, they would still be slaughtered. Celestial immortals would only have the power of an Empyrean god upon reaching the pure yang, true, immortal level. The key refiners of the three realms might not be weaker than those of other worlds in the mortal world, but the most critical level, at the celestial immortal level, where one's future would be determined, they were clearly the weakest. The celestial immortals of the three realms were the weakest of all, the third-tier celestial immortals. Thus, Zhou Tong was no longer planning to continue training. He wanted to make his next breakthrough as a fiend godbody refiner. In the future, after leaving the three realms and finding the first-tier golden pill, he would switch to training in key refinement. Next, I'll train while searching for the peacock. There's still 9 months left. If I still can't find it in 9 months, then I can only blame my bad luck. Zhou Tong said softly, then left the temporary estate he had created. In the following period of time, Zhou Tong continued to wander about the mountains and seas. He trained while searching for traces of the peacock, the target of his mission. Gradually, he began to focus his attention on cultivation. Zhou Tong's rate of cultivation was clearly much faster than it had been in the past. In just half a year, he had reached the 14th stage of the diagram of the Qi Ming 9 heavens. This meant that he could be considered to have reached the middle primal stage. It's been 9 months, but I still can't find any traces of the peacock. It seems my first mission is going to end in failure. Zhou Tong was rather speechless. His first mission as a Rain Dragon Guard was probably going to end just like this. Rain Dragon Guard missions had a very high chance of failure. This was because, in many cases, they didn't have any specific information. All of the information had to be gathered by the Rain Dragon Guards themselves. Once the target of a mission decided to hide, it would truly be difficult to find him. Rumble. Right at this moment, Zhou Tong's eyes suddenly focused. He turned his head to stare at a distant swamp. The elemental energy of heaven and earth was surging violently there, and the vast ripples of energy seemed to have caused a tempest to erupt. More than half of the mountains and seas were affected, causing the elemental energy of heaven and earth to ripple violently. Such powerful ripples. It seems some living creature is about to break through to the return to void stage. In addition, it is most likely a very poor living creature. Zhou Tong chuckled as he stared at the ripples of elemental energy. Truly wealthy cultivators would directly use liquefied elemental essence to break through to the return to void stage and earth immortal stage. Thus, their breakthrough wouldn't cause such a huge commotion. Poor cultivators, however, didn't have such good conditions. All they could do was absorb the elemental energy of heaven and earth from a large area to break through. Their breakthrough could even affect the elemental energy of heaven and earth, causing the nearby area to ripple violently. It's a great demon? A sinful greater demon? Zhou Tong opened the heavens, eye on his forehead. He immediately saw a patch of blood red on the other side. Sinful blood light. TSK. It's a sinful cultivator. Zhou Tong was astonished. It wasn't as if he hadn't seen sinful bloodlight in the mountains and seas, but he had never seen one with such a dense bloodlight. Sinful cultivators would have impure qi of sin on their bodies. Once the impure qi accumulated, it could form sinful bloodlight. Any cultivator with sinful bloodlight on their bodies was a sinful person. No, it's that peacock that's breaking through. What a coincidence. Zhou Tong was suddenly taken aback. He could clearly see the elemental energy of the 5 elements from where the peacock was breaking through. It soared into the heavens and transformed into 5 feathers of different colors. I understand now. It devoured the people of the 1,000-star city in order to use their blood as a catalyst to temper its own bloodline. No wonder in just 9 months, it was able to transform its original 4 feathers into 5 feathers of the 5 elements. Zhou Tong now understood. In fact, it was possible that the peacock hadn't come to the mountains and seas to seek refuge. This peacock lacked a water element feather, and the mountains and seas were the most abundant place in Stillwater Commandery. It might be easier for it to make a breakthrough in a place like this. It was fate that brought us together. You can only count yourself unlucky this time. The commotion caused by your breakthrough was simply too great. Chapter 12:19. At the same time, within a tranquil underwater palace in the mountain sea marsh, a Taoist dressed in multicolored feather robes sat cross-legged on a bed of ice jade. His entire body glowed with multicolored light as life energy emanated from his body. At the same time, the primordial fire on the primordial spirit's back burned brighter and brighter. Crack, like a seed bursting from the ground, a slender golden lotus suddenly grew from the scorching primordial fire on the primordial spirit's back. This golden lotus took root on the primordial spirit's back, using the shell as soil to absorb nutrients and the primordial fire as sunlight and water. The golden lotus swayed in the flames as it slowly grew. Compared to the primordial spirit and the primordial spirit, this golden lotus was extremely small. However, the primordial energy that circled the golden lotus was extremely pure and far superior to the primordial energy from before. At the same time, the entire turtle snake began to gradually dim. The essence of the turtle snake primordial spirit was continuously transmitted to the golden lotus, causing the golden lotus to grow bigger and bigger. As the golden lotus grew, the turtle snake primordial spirit's luster became dimmer and dimmer, no longer having its previous luster. At this point, the peacock had officially broken through to the return to void stage. Boom! The peacock's eyes flew open and multicolored light shone from its body. At this moment, its entire body had undergone an unimaginable metamorphosis after its breakthrough. In particular, this breakthrough was not only a breakthrough in the chi refinement stage, but also a breakthrough in its divine beast bloodline. At this moment, the peacock's heart was beating like a divine drum. If other cultivators were to see this, they would definitely be shocked. The peacock's internal organs were also vibrating, emitting a colorful halo. The bones in its body were constantly creaking, as if millions of swords were ringing at the same time. I've finally broken through. A trace of joy appeared on the peacock's face. At the same time, it slowly raised its hand. Multicolored light gathered in the center of its palm and began to circulate. It seemed as if the 5 elements were about to merge into one and transform into chaos. The 5-color divine light no longer has any flaws. Everything in the world that belongs to the 5 elements will be restrained by me. I didn't risk being wanted by the Grand Xia Dynasty's Rain Dragon Guard in order to devour the hundreds of thousands of living beings in the 1,000-star city in vain. Your deaths weren't in vain. Thank you for your blood essence, which has allowed my bloodline to transform once more. Peacock's eyes carried a hint of a smile. He did not feel the slightest bit of guilt for the deaths of so many living beings. Even if he was burned by the hellfire, he would not feel the slightest bit of regret or pity. Now that the 5-color divine light has been completed, I'm afraid that even if I encounter a fiend god of the return of void stage, or even a heavenly immortal, I'll be able to put up a fight. As long as the Great Xia Dynasty does not send out their strongest fighters, I am invincible. The smile on Peacock's face grew wider and wider, and she was in high spirits. How I wish I have a strong opponent to train with. Peacock was filled with anticipation. I hope it's the Rain Dragon Guard. The originally high-spirited Peacock's expression suddenly changed drastically. She was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bough, and her hair stood on end. At this moment, Within the range of her divine sense, she could see a scorching arrow of fire streaking through the air. Wrapped in raging flames, it evaporated the water within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, and it was headed straight for her. Someone really did come to die. Peacock flew into a rage the instant she sensed the arrow. As a dire monster, he had never been willing to be passive. He always wanted to be in control of the situation. Even if he had been hoping that the Rain Dragon Guard would come to make trouble for him, that would be trouble that he himself had caused. She did not want them to come looking for trouble and ruin her mood when she was at her most prideful. "You're courting death." With a roar, Peacock spread out her arms, and the heavenly winds danced. Black, white, crimson, yellow, and azure divine feathers appeared, shining around her arms. Instantly, a pair of peacock wings appeared, and the five-color divine light soared into the sky. The five-color divine light vibrated, and it transformed into a pair of divine wings that slashed directly at the arrow of fire. After reaching the return to void stage, and with all five elements, Peacock's power was far too terrifying. This attack was enough to cause the entire mountain sea marsh to tremble. Five-color divine light filled the sky, and the only colors left between heaven and earth were black, white, crimson, yellow, and azure. The five-color divine light soared into the sky, and it tore through the clouds. The sky was filled with resplendent light, and it collided with the arrow of fire. Boom! The sky was filled with dazzling light, and boundless heat surged forth. The sky was filled with blinding light, and the void rippled like the tides. Large swaths of water were evaporated by the scorching flames, and they disappeared without a trace. All of the great Yao in the vicinity of the mountain sea marsh shrank back, and they carefully looked towards the center of the collision. However, only Zhou and Peacock could clearly see the center of the collision. The arrow of fire collided with the five-colored divine wings, and the two were in a stalemate for a moment. Within the five-colored divine wings, the chi of the five elements boiled and flowed, and in the blink of an eye, half of the flames within the arrow of fire were extinguished. However, an unprecedented sharpness suddenly erupted from the arrow. It was a kind of pitch-black energy, and the moment this energy appeared, it stabilized the arrow. Then, like a steel needle piercing through a piece of white paper, the arrow pierced right through the five-color divine wings. What? Impossible. Why can't my five-color divine light break through his arrow of fire? His arrow is condensed from flames, and logically speaking, it should belong to the five elements as well. It should be countered by my five-color divine light. Peacock was in disbelief, and the power of her opponent's arrow was a little too strong. What is that pitch-black energy? Why can't even my five-color divine light do anything to it? Peacock was confused. She had never heard of such a thing and had never seen it before. This was the first time the power of the arrow was officially used in this world. The archers in this world all walked the path of heart force, but in fact, none of them had explored the essence and power of the bow and arrow. Naturally, they couldn't comprehend the so-called power of the arrow. Clang! Although the flames were restrained by the five-color divine light and dissipated by more than half, the power of the arrow was invincible. It crossed the void of thousands of miles and instantly pierced through Peacock's head. At the same time, the third level of the Sovereign Realm's heart force that was contained in the arrow quickly pounced on Peacock's divine soul the moment the arrow pierced through the body. This was actually the most terrifying aspect of the heart force. Its true lethality was reflected in the damage to the divine soul. In an instant, Peacock, who had just broken through and was in high spirits, had her eyes dim. Then, her entire body fell down powerlessly, leaving only a huge hole between her eyebrows that pierced through her entire head. Peacock is dead. Mission accomplished. Zhou, who was thousands of miles away, said softly as he put away his tribulation fire divine bow expressionlessly. Chapter 12:20. Within the underwater estate, an enormous peacock's corpse lay quietly on the ground. Its entire body glowed with multicolored light, and the power of the 5 elements emanated from its body. What an impressive peacock! Zhou Tong first turned his gaze to the peacock's 5 tail feathers. With a casual wave of his hand, he plucked out all 5 of the most essential feathers. Just by hovering there in midair, these 5 feathers naturally displayed their most terrifying power. The scarlet-red feather was wreathed in flames, while the pitch-black feather was wreathed in water. The earthen-yellow feather was as heavy as a mountain, while the white feather was incomparably sharp, capable of slicing through anything. The azure feather emanated a hazy azure aura. The 5 elements flowed in an endless cycle. As soon as these 5 feathers appeared, the surrounding space seemed to have solidified. Not long after I broke through to the Wanxiang realm, the materials for the 3rd cycle of the star-seizing hand have already appeared. Zhou Tong didn't think too much about it. He immediately sat down in the lotus position, stretched out his hands, and began to absorb the essence of the 5 elements from the 5-colored feathers. Rain Dragon Guard missions like this generally only required one to bring back the head of the mission target, or something that represented one's identity. Everything else was the spoils of war for the Rain Dragon Guard who had completed the mission. Cultivating the star-seizing hand required treasures that contained the 5 elements. The 5-colored feathers of this peacock were perfectly suitable. In addition, given the amount of 5 elements contained within these feathers, it was more than enough for him to complete the 3rd cycle of the star-seizing hand. At this moment, as the 5 elements' essence was constantly being absorbed by Zhou Tong's hands, the 5-colored feathers grew dimmer and dimmer. After Zhou Tong had absorbed 80% of the essence, his hands began to emit a brilliant, multicolored light that shot into the heavens. Moments later, the light dissipated, and Zhou Tong's hands returned to their original state. The 3rd cycle of the star-seizing hand had been completed. The more I train in this star-seizing hand, the more terrifying the amount of resources it consumes. The amount of 5 elements essence required for each cycle increases exponentially. Zhou Tong shook his head as he stared at the dimmed 5-colored feathers. With 80% of the essence absorbed, these 5 feathers were essentially useless. Next up, I'll have to search for some opportunities for the 4th revolution, or perhaps I'll have to see if there are any treasures in the star-seizing manner that correspond to the 5 elements. But now, after being delayed for half a year, it's about time to return to the Scarlet Dragon Mountain Range, Zhou Tong thought to himself. With a wave of his sleeve, he collected the enormous peacock's corpse, then quickly flew towards the teleportation array which the Rain Dragon Guard had set up in the Mountain Sea Marsh. After completing his mission, stating his intentions, and verifying his identity, the Rain Dragon Guards guarding the teleportation array immediately activated it, allowing Zhou Tong to return to the Crimson Dragon Mountains. After returning to the Crimson Dragon Mountains, he was still under military control. The Rain Dragon Guards along the way verified his identity, then let him pass. Soon, he returned to the rear hall of the Military Affairs Hall. Rain Dragon Guard Zhou Tong, mission complete. Zhou Tong casually waved his hand, and the enormous corpse of the peacock fell to the ground. At this moment, one of the void-level Earth immortals in charge of inspecting missions from the Military Mission Hall felt his heart clench in shock. The aura of this peacock's corpse was a bit too terrifying. In fact, he even felt that he was inferior to this peacock. A return to Void Stage 5 Elements Peacock? And from its aura, it seems to have completed the 5 elements? Wasn't your mission to kill a primal Taoist peacock? And a primal Taoist peacock with incomplete 5 elements? The void-level Earth Immortal sent his divine sense into the head of the peacock's corpse, then stared at Zhou Tong in astonishment. It made a breakthrough, and its bloodline transformed as well. Zhou Tong said, "It made a breakthrough, and its bloodline transformed." The void-level Earth Immortal carefully inspected the wound on the peacock's head. He was certain that this was a fatal wound, and that there were no other wounds on its body. He killed a void-level peacock. Is he really a primal Taoist? Even if he trained in the diagram of the Qi Ming Nine Heavens, he shouldn't be this powerful. The void-level Earth immortal felt even more stunned. A peacock that had completed the 5 elements and had its bloodline transformed was completely different from a peacock that had not completed the 5 elements. A peacock with a bloodline like this was definitely no weaker than a void-level fiend god. In fact, it was very likely that it had reached the celestial immortal level of power. And yet, it had been killed by this primal Taoist in one blow. If there's nothing else, please help me register my karmic points. I'll head back now. As Zhou Tong spoke, he took out his Rain Dragon Guard medallion. The karmic points for this mission were quite high, a total of 20,000 karmic points. And this was only because he didn't know that the peacock had made a breakthrough. If he had known that the peacock had made a breakthrough, the karmic points for this mission would have increased by at least 10 times. The Earth Immortal nodded, then immediately accepted Zhou Tong's medallion and filled it with karmic points. Zhou Tong accepted the medallion, then left the military affairs hall. As he watched Zhou Tong leave, the void-level Earth Immortal began to doubt himself. Are Xiantian fiend gods truly that terrifying? To be able to kill a void-level 5 elements peacock, and in one blow at that, his combat power is comparable to some celestial immortals. In other words, doesn't this mean that he is one of the most powerful Rain Dragon guards of Stillwater Commandery? The more the Earth Immortal thought about it, the more astonished he felt. At the same time, he also felt that Zhou Tong was simply too unfathomable, and that his combat power was ridiculously strong. However, judging from the peacock's wounds, he should have used a bow to attack from afar. If it was a sneak attack from afar, it wouldn't be unacceptable. However, for his arrow to be able to break through the protection of the 5-color divine light means that its power cannot be underestimated. The Earth Immortal came back to his senses and began to analyze the situation. At the same time, on the other side, Zhou Tong, after receiving his karmic points, immediately headed to the Daozong Palace and used them all up. He didn't exchange for any high-level supreme arts. Instead, he exchanged for more than 3,000 secret arts and divine abilities that could be exchanged for with single-digit amounts of karmic points. Under the complicated, astonished, and confused gazes of the managers of the Daozong Palace, Zhou Tong happily took all the secret arts and divine abilities he had exchanged for and returned to his residence. The managers of the Daozong Palace had never seen anyone exchange for techniques and manuals in such a manner. Others would have long since taken a liking to a few techniques and manuals, then slowly accumulate karmic points before exchanging for the target. Zhou Tong, however, immediately used up all the karmic points he had obtained, and the items he had exchanged for were completely ordinary. However, Zhou Tong couldn't be bothered to explain too much to them. He had never forgotten that the reason why he had joined the Rain Dragon Guard was for the sake of its resources, and for the sake of the countless secret arts and divine abilities within the Rain Dragon Guard. Thus, Zhou Tong didn't care about the strength of the secret arts and divine abilities. He only cared about quantity that would allow him to broaden his horizons and deepen his understanding of the cultivation system of this world. Perhaps these techniques and manuals were very weak, but they all had their own merits. By browsing through them, Zhou Tong would be able to further deepen his understanding of the cultivation system of this world. Chapter 12:21. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years had passed. During these 2 years, Zhou Tong had slowed down his rate of cultivation, instead devoting most of his energy to meditating on all sorts of secret techniques and divine abilities. This was because during these 2 years, he had completed many truly difficult missions and had even enforced law across prefectures. He had gone to other prefectures to deal with some opponents that he was unable to deal with. During these 2 years, he had accumulated more than 3 million karmic points, and this amount of karmic points allowed him to trade for secret techniques to greatly increase the level and quantity of them. Naturally, these things would require him to spend even more time and effort on them. In addition, during these 2 years, he had only been able to break through to the 15th stage of the Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens. He hadn't been able to break through to the void level. During these 2 years, Zhou Tong had become quite famous in the Crimson Dragon Mountains. This was because, while on a mission, he had killed a true celestial immortal. In addition, based on the injuries he had sustained, it had been an insta-kill as well. In a short span of 2 years, he had gone from being a newbie to becoming the #1 expert of the Rain Dragon Guard of Stillwater Commandery. Naturally, his status had risen along with his power. By now, in this branch of the Crimson Dragon Mountains, he was second only to one person. His status was second only to the commander of this branch, Immortal Guyue. At this moment, Zhou Tong had gone directly to find Immortal Guyue. He had come to apply for a vacation. The Rain Dragon Guard was indeed a military-style organization. They didn't have much freedom, but after completing multiple missions in a row, they had the right to apply for a vacation. This vacation was generally given to the Rain Dragon Guard to train in peace or to return to their own clans. Zhou Tong, I've already reported your situation to the headquarters of the Rain Dragon Guard. In half a year, a Xiantian expert will come from the headquarters. Thus, you only have half a year of vacation. Immortal Guyue looked at Zhou Tong as he spoke. The headquarters of the Rain Dragon Guard? Zhou Tong was surprised. Immortal Guyue laughed. I know that you've exchanged for many very basic techniques and secret techniques. If you are given special training by the headquarters, you will be able to view virtually any technique below 1,000 karmic points. You won't need to pay any karmic points. In fact, if His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor, takes a liking to you, the most powerful divine ability of the Rain Dragon Guard might be bestowed upon you in advance. If you enter the headquarters, it will be much easier for you to progress to the return to void stage. You cultivate in the crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens. This fiend god body tempering technique is, without a doubt, the most powerful. However, in our Crimson Dragon Mountain range, no one has cultivated this technique to the void return stage. However, the headquarters of our Rain Dragon Guard is different. There are definitely void-level fiend gods there. Perhaps with their guidance, you might be able to break through to the next realm. You are also at the 15th level of the Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens, right? Immortal Guyue spoke leisurely, explaining to Zhou Tong the benefits of being heavily groomed by the headquarters. Zhou Tong smiled. There's no need for the other gods to worry about the breakthrough of the Qi Ming picture of the 9 heavens. It's just the fusion of yin and yang, the fusion of fire and water. With my current realm, it's not a problem at all. I'll be able to break through in a month at most. Breakthrough in a month? Are you confident? Immortal Guyue stared at Zhou Tong in shock. His eyes were filled with shock. In his eyes, Zhou Tong was no longer a junior who needed his guidance. Instead, Zhou Tong was a star that was slowly rising, a seed to become an Empyrean god. This cultivation speed was far, far too fast. He had personally witnessed Linley break through to the primal level less than 3 years ago. But now, in the blink of an eye, Linley was about to break through to the return of void stage. All right, I've learned enough. It's time for me to leave. Zhou Tong waved his hand, then turned and left Immortal Guyue's place. He then left the Crimson Dragon Mountain range. After Zhou Tong left, Immortal Guyue was speechless for a long time. Is the Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens really that suitable for him to train in? Immortal Guyue couldn't help but wonder. He himself had trained in the fiend god body refining technique as well, and had also trained in the Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens. However, even though he had become an immortal, his fiend god body refining technique had only reached the peak of the Zifu stage. No matter what he did, he was unable to break through to the Wanxiang stage. Thus, he knew very well how difficult it was to train in the Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens. If he truly does break through to the void stage, given the level of his Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens, His Imperial Majesty will definitely value him highly. At that time, he'll soar into the heavens. Immortal Guyue said to himself. At the same time, after leaving the Crimson Dragon Mountain range, Zhou Tong transformed into his phoenix form, then flew into the skies, spreading his wings as he flew towards Serpent Wing Lake. He was now at the peak of the primal level. Upon transforming into his phoenix form, his body was more than 3,000 meters in size. As he flew through the skies, he was like a fiery cloud that filled the skies, filled with auspicious light. After transforming into his phoenix form, his speed was so fast that with a flap of his wings, he could traverse 10,000 kilometers of mountains and rivers. In a short period of time, he had returned to the skies above Serpent Wing Lake. After transforming back into his human form, Zhou Tong slowly landed on the island. It's been a few years. This place has changed quite a bit. Zhou Tong casually stared at the surrounding area, sighing in his heart. The island in the center of Serpent Wing Lake was now filled with pavilions and towers, and many cultivators were quietly training here. This island seemed to have become another base for the Ji clan, and the people who trained here were virtually all the core members of the Ji clan of the West Prefecture. But of course, the most central and best place was naturally the core area where Zhou Tong had set up the formation. Every year, the liquefied elemental essence would be gathered here. However, as soon as Zhou Tong drew near, he immediately saw an enormous water flame lotus. Solar true fire and lunar true water simultaneously descended. This sort of aura, this should be the result of the Qi Ming diagram of the nine heavens breaking through to the Xiantian level. It should be Ji Ning breaking through. His breakthrough was actually so much faster than in the original work. Zhou Tong was rather speechless. It seemed as though he hadn't changed much. He had only accepted Ji Ning as his disciple in name. In fact, Ji Ning hadn't even met the requirements to train in those divine abilities and techniques which he had taught him. Ji Ning's breakthrough naturally attracted the attention of his parents. Ji Ning and his wife both came nearby, nervously and excitedly looking at Ji Ning. This was the Xiantian level which had been achieved through the Qi Ming diagram of the nine heavens. In the countless years of the Ji clan's history, no one had been able to accomplish it. So he broke through. Since that's the case, then I'll make a small breakthrough as well. I'll come see you again. With but a thought, Zhou Tong disappeared from the island, once more returning to the star-seizing manor. You've only been gone for a few years. You came back so quickly? Upon seeing Zhou Tong return, the old black bull was instantly shocked. Hey, you've reached the primal level? The primal level as a fiend god body refiner? At this moment, the nearby giant yellow bear appeared as well, staring at Zhou Tong in surprise and delight. Upon reaching the primal level, one would be able to bind the star-seizing manor and carry it with them. Naturally, they wouldn't need to remain cooped up in this remote, desolate place. Chapter 12:22. The reason I came back this time was to bind this estate. Zhou Tong said, "Follow me." The giant yellow bear nodded, immediately leading the way. They walked along a different corridor. This corridor was a place Zhou Tong had previously been unable to enter. The giant yellow bear continued to lead the way. Once you bind this estate, you'll be able to carry it with you wherever you go. You'll be able to enter more than 90% of the places within this estate. Zhou Tong nodded. He had known about these rules long ago. The giant yellow bear didn't express any suspicions towards Zhou Tong's attitude. After knowing him for so many years, he knew very well that Zhou Tong had always been calm and collected. He continued, "For example, you will no longer be able to enter the Divine Abilities Hall. There are also a few other places that you cannot enter. If you want to truly control the secrets of this immortal estate, you will have to become an Empyrean god and formally become Master's disciple." Soon, Zhou Tong, under the guidance of the giant yellow bear, arrived at a simple, unadorned, private room. Upon entering, he couldn't help but calm down. This is a private room. In the past, Master personally set up the Grand Bodhi Meditation Formation of the Buddhist Sangha here. This formation is ranked amongst the top of the many meditation formations of the three realms. As the giant yellow bear spoke, he casually slapped the wall with his paws. Instantly, Countless complicated runes of a formation appeared. A pure yang, true, immortal level formation. It truly isn't something that the other formations I've studied in the past can compare to. Zhou Tong carefully inspected the formation on the wall. After just a few glances, he had gained tremendous insights. The nearby giant yellow bear was secretly shocked as well. How formidable! In the past, even immortal Juhua, despite being a loose immortal, didn't dare to look at this formation like this. In the past 2 years, what level has he reached? In addition, from the looks of it, he seems to have improved his understanding of the Tao of formations. The giant yellow bear then caused the complicated golden formation on the wall to once more fade away. He pointed towards the center of the private room, where there were a series of stairs. Atop the stairs, there was a black jade bed that emanated an icy aura. The giant yellow bear said, "This jade bed was refined from the netherworld water jade from the depths of the 9 underworlds. It is extremely cold. The first time you sat on it, you would feel very cold, but you would soon feel comfortable. It also had a very strong calming effect. This jade bed alone is comparable to a pure yang treasure." As he spoke, the yellow bear was rather pleased with himself. He continued, "This quiet room is the core of the cave abode. You only need to refine this quiet room, and you'll be able to control the cave abode." Zhou Tong nodded and walked directly to the nether water jade bed. He sat down cross-legged, and then his divine power permeated into every corner of the quiet room and began to refine. It took him an entire day to refine it. A day later, Zhou Tong opened his eyes once more. This feeling of being in control is rather strange, but the Divine Abilities Hall is completely out of my control. Next, it's time to go to the War God Temple. With a thought, Zhou Tong appeared outside the War God Temple, as if he had teleported. The giant yellow bear also sensed Zhou Tong's movement. He immediately appeared in front of Zhou Tong and said, "You're going to challenge the War God Temple now? Which level are you going to challenge?" "I'm going to try the 9th level," Zhou Tong said leisurely. "The 9th level? That's a level that only the most elite of Sky Immortals can pass. Are you really confident?" The giant yellow bear was extremely shocked. "It's not like I haven't killed a Sky Immortal before. My improvement in the past few years is not something you can imagine." As Zhou Tong spoke, he instantly entered the 9th level of the War God Temple. In the void of the 9th level, splash! A drop of golden blood instantly appeared in front of Zhou Tong. Soon, the blood transformed into a fiend god wearing golden armor. This person was tall and muscular, and his long, blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. In his hands was a pitch-black long spear. He turned his head, his eyes filled with killing intent as he stared at Zhou Tong. "You think you can scare me with this sort of killing intent? You're dreaming. Although Empyrean gods are powerful in terms of comprehension of the Tao, you aren't stronger than me." Zhou Tong's eyes were blazing with flames. No matter how powerful his opponent's killing intent was, in front of Zhou Tong's fiery gaze, it was incinerated into nothingness. The blood-red-haired fiend god suddenly laughed, his eyes no longer filled with killing intent. He said in praise, "So you are Zhou Tong? Your insight, your courage, and your ability to comprehend things are truly formidable. In terms of comprehension of the Tao, indeed, I, Reds now, admit that I am not stronger than you. If my predictions are correct, you have already comprehended a complete grand Tao of fire. This is already the standard for a true god or true immortal. Given your level of insight, if you don't perish, so long as you are able to cultivate a perfect divine body, it won't be too hard for you to become a true god. You truly live up to your reputation as the successor chosen by the God King." Fiend God Reds now sighed in praise. "It seems there is still a chance that I will lose to you in today's battle." Empyrean God Reds now continued. "As you can see, this is just a fairly weak clone of mine, formed from a drop of my blood. Upon reaching the primal level, fiend gods would be able to create clones. The more flesh and blood they separated from their bodies, the more powerful their clones would be. A clone formed from the blood of an Empyrean god would at least be at the celestial immortal level of power. As for the upper limit, that would depend on the Empyrean god's own power. However, I want to see your true abilities. Your comprehension of the Tao truly does surprise me. However, you are merely at the primal level. The difference in divine power between us is simply too great. How are you going to fight against me with such a difference in power? In addition, your talent in battle, what level can you reach? Come, Zhotong, let me see your true combat power. Fiend God Red Snow's long spear trembled as he charged straight towards Zhotong. Fight! Zhotong didn't say anything. He charged forward as well. He didn't use any weapons. To be precise, he didn't have many melee weapons that matched his level of power. All he did was rely on the power of the third cycle of the star-seizing hand, using his sword fingers, saber palms, and fist to display his insights into the Grand Tao. Boom! Clang! Clang! Instantly, all sorts of saber light and sword shadows appeared in the void, and a series of sharp sonic booms could be heard as the two clashed. Empyrean God Red Snow's spear struck out like a dragon, containing boundless mysteries within it. Empyrean God Red Snow had long ago mastered quite a few Grand Taos, and he had spent countless years tempering himself as well. As for Zhotong, he used many different techniques. Sword, saber, fist, palm, claw, he used everything he could think of. No matter how Empyrean God Red Snow used, all of his attacks were blocked. That was especially true when he occasionally used his arrow force, saber force, sword force, and heart force techniques. All of them posed a serious threat to Red Snow. Boom! Finally, Zhotong didn't hesitate to allow Red Snow's spear to pierce through his chest in exchange for an extremely rare opportunity. He struck out with his claw, piercing straight through Red Snow's chest and crushing his heart. Chapter 1223. Empyrean God Red Snow's spear pierced through Zhotong's abdomen, while Zhotong crushed his heart. After a mutually destructive exchange, the two separated. Zhotong's body blazed with flames, instantly healing all of his wounds. As for Red Snow, his wounds quickly healed as well, although his body was much dimmer than before. In terms of regenerative abilities, no living creature could compare to the Phoenix. This was the most powerful aspect of Phoenixes, as well as their most shameless aspect. In battle, they could use all sorts of techniques that would cause mutual destruction. In any case, their opponent's regenerative abilities would definitely be inferior to theirs. I lost. Empyrean God Red Snow shook his head and sighed. The regenerative abilities of Phoenixes are truly enviable. Just envious of my regenerative abilities? In terms of injuries, yours are worse than mine. Even if you were an ordinary living creature, if this continued, you would have definitely lost. Zhotong laughed. Right? If this continued, I would have lost. Red Snow nodded. He looked towards Zhotong, then said, Your divine body has been trained to an extremely perfect state. You also have the regenerative abilities of Phoenixes, as well as the star-seizing hand, divine ability you inherited from the God King. I admit that even if I were to fight you at my peak before I became an Empyrean God, I might not necessarily be able to win. However, a loss is a loss. Empyrean God Red Snow seemed quite magnanimous. He looked toward Zhotong. I hear that you haven't even trained for 10 years yet? Zhotong nodded slightly. Empyrean God Red Snow sighed in amazement. To be able to reach such a level in such a short period of time, you truly are the #1 genius I have ever seen. Train well and become an Empyrean God as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't be able to make those fellows submit to you. After speaking, Empyrean God Red Snow transformed into nothingness, disappearing from Zhotong's sight. After leaving the War God Hall, Zhotong once more returned to the main hall of the star-seizing estate. Congratulations on passing the 9th level of the War God Hall. The giant yellow bear laughed. Let me see the treasures in the treasure hall, Zhotong said. The giant yellow bear stared, his eyes wide. You want to see the treasures in the treasure hall right now? Don't you know who Empyrean God Red Snow is? Don't you want to know who the guys he mentioned are? If I ask, will you answer? Zhou Tong asked. The giant yellow bear was slightly startled. Then he smiled and said, of course not. I will only tell you these things after you become a true Empyrean god. I presume you ought to be aware that the three dimensions aren't as simple as you imagine. Knowing too much will lead to death. Knowing a lot of things won't lead to death. What really leads to death is knowing a lot of things, but being unable to control their own hearts. What truly decides one's fate, other than talent, is one's heart, Zhou Tong said leisurely. However, sooner or later, I'll learn about the secrets of this estate, as well as the secrets of Empyrean God Reds now, and those fellows he mentioned. There's no need for me to waste my energy on something I'll learn sooner or later. Haha, your attitude is quite good. You don't seem like a fiend god who specializes in the fiend god body refining Tao at all. You seem more like a true immortal who lives a carefree life. The giant yellow bear sighed in praise. Maintain this Tao heart of yours. Your future accomplishments will be limitless. All right, next, let's go choose some treasures. What treasures do you want next? The giant yellow bear asked. Naturally, I want treasures that contain the quintessence of the five elements. Treasures that will allow me to train in the fourth cycle of this star-seizing hand. Zhou Tong said. The giant yellow bear looked at Zhou Tong, a dim light in his eyes. He sighed. The successors of the estate in the past have all been interested in immortal-ranked magic treasures and pure yang magic treasures. Only you, however, have completely discarded those magic treasures that would cause others to sigh in amazement. Instead, you have chosen those supportive treasures that can increase your own power. Back when Master placed all sorts of treasures into the treasure hall, I thought that those treasures would never be of use. I never expected that a freak like you would appear. The giant yellow bear waved his hand, and several treasures appeared in front of Zhou Tong. Among the pure yang treasures, there were items that contained the quintessence of the five elements. However, those treasures usually only contained one or two of the five elements. There were no items that contained all five elements. Therefore, the giant yellow bear had exchanged the pure yang treasures for immortal-ranked treasures of equivalent value. The quintessence of the five elements contained within these treasures was more than enough for Zhou Tong to reach the fourth cycle of the star-seizing hand. Seeing Zhou Tong accept the treasures, the giant yellow bear said, Your star-seizing hand has already reached the third cycle, but you are still only at the primordial soul realm. There's still some distance before you can reach the fourth cycle of the star-seizing hand, right? Very soon, it will no longer be a question of distance. Zhou Tong did not say anything else. He directly sat down in the hall and immersed himself in cultivating the Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens. He was sensing the lunar star and the solar star. He was absorbing the lunar qi and solar qi from these two supreme stars, using them to refine his divine body and then transforming them into Qi Ming's divine power. For a moment, gold and silver halos lit up on Zhou Tong's body. Every inch of his flesh glowed as surging divine power washed over every corner of his divine body. I've never seen anything like this before. This is the first time I've seen such an earth-shattering phenomenon when cultivating the Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens, the old black bull exclaimed as he slowly walked out. His talent in the Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens is too astonishing. He's completely immersed in cultivation. The lunar qi and solar qi he's absorbing is too much. A day of cultivation like this is comparable to half a year of cultivation for others. No wonder his cultivation speed is so fast, the yellow bear exclaimed. As Zhou Tong cultivated with all his might, the cultivation speed of the Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens began to increase bit by bit. The cultivation speed was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He could see himself becoming stronger every day. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The divine power in Zhou Tong's body reached an extreme, and then he took a small step forward. Boom! In the endless void, the lunar star and the solar star suddenly sensed something. They descended and transmitted their power into Zhou Tong's body. Water and fire intertwined. They were using a mysterious method to transmit some kind of mysterious operation of the lunar star and the solar star into Zhou Tong's body, further improving his divine body. At this moment, the lunar divine pattern and the solar divine pattern on his body had become even more mysterious. There was even a golden crow surrounded by the solar true, fire, circling around him. At the same time, there was a moon rabbit emitting a shocking cold air. Stage 16 of the Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens. The yellow bear and the old black cow's eyes lit up. The Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens was an extremely powerful cultivation method. The 16th stage, Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens, was already comparable to other return to void pinnacle stage god-fiend body refinement cultivation methods. The next 17 stages were even more extreme transformations. They were almost comparable to heavenly gods of other god-fiend body refinement cultivation methods. This cultivation method had 3 stages at every cultivation level. However, at the return of void stage, there were only 2 stages. The 17th stage was the pinnacle of the return to void stage. Once one broke through to the 18th stage, they would begin to transcend the heavenly god tribulation. Chapter 12:24. The 16th stage, Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens. The rate of training has indeed dropped dramatically. Zhou Tong sensed the lunar star and the solar star, then secretly shook his head. Based on this rate of training, he would need at least 3 years to reach the threshold of the Empyrean God level. In addition, during these 3 years, he would have to train with all his might. If he truly wanted to train in other secret techniques, while simultaneously gaining insights into the Grand Tao, he would most likely need 5 or 10 years. Still, it doesn't matter. Next up is the 4th cycle of the star-seizing hand. Zhou Tong immediately took out all of the treasures which contained the quintessence of the 5 elements. Strands of quintessence of the 5 elements were all absorbed by Zhou Tong's hands. Instantly, his hands began to shine with light. A long time later, the light dissipated, and his hands returned to normal. However, the divine star-seizing tattoo on his hands had become even more complicated, and its power had become even more terrifying. It truly lives up to its reputation as one of the top 10 divine abilities of the 3 realms. The power of the 4th cycle of the star-seizing hand is so great that I can probably kill a group of celestial immortals with a casual palm strike. In fact, when combined with my insights into the Tao and my battle experience, I might even be able to battle against a pure, young, true immortal. Zhou Tong mused to himself. Time to go out and take a look. After finishing his training, Zhou Tong immediately left the estate with a thought. At the same time, he carried the entire estate with him. As soon as he left the estate, he immediately appeared at the island at the center of Serpentwing Lake. He swept the area with his gaze and saw Ji Ning, who was training with the sword. And then, with a single step, he appeared behind Ji Ning. He didn't hide his aura. All he did was change his appearance slightly while emanating a hint of killing intent. Thus, Ji Ning was immediately able to sense Zhou Tong's presence. Who is it? Ji Ning let out an explosive roar, and the divine power in his entire body exploded forth. The power of water and fire surged into the heavens, and in tandem with the divine sword in his hand, a dazzling sword light instantly exploded forth. The entire training area was instantly covered by the energy of yin and yang, covering the skies and the earth. A sharp howl could be heard as a fierce sword light shot out from Ji Ning's hands. It was as sharp as a bolt of lightning as it charged forward. This sword is not bad. Zhou Tong chuckled. He did not take out a weapon. His right hand was behind his back, while his left hand pointed gently at Ji Ning's sword light. Boom! The sword ray and the finger sword suddenly collided. Amidst the thunderous sound, the scattered sword rays swept in all directions. Ji Ning's palm shook violently, and the sword in his hand buzzed as he retreated backwards. This, Ji Ning's face revealed a trace of shock. Just who was this person? Without using any weapon, he was able to break his strongest sword ray with just a point of his sword finger. And the most frightening thing was, his fingers were actually able to clash with his Dark North sword without being injured. He was a fiend god who had cultivated the diagram of the 9 heavens of Qi Ming to the Xiantian realm. His physical body was at the Xiantian realm, and he had the power to control fire and water. Furthermore, he had such a sharp Dark North sword. Yet, he couldn't even do anything to his opponent's finger. Ji Ning was just about to retreat and ask. But very quickly, a fierce killing intent assaulted him, causing Ji Ning's mind to tremble violently. He was simply unable to open his mouth, and even felt that he could not retreat. He could only use his sword with all his strength to protect himself. Clang! The Dark North sword light flashed, cutting through the air. Wrapped in the power of fire and water, it continued to attack Zhou Tong. He held the sword with both hands. His body was like water, and his attacks were like fire. The sword light contained the concept of dripping water piercing through stone, as if it could pierce through everything. On the other side, Zhou Tong was still casually attacking. He only waved the finger sword of his left hand. There was no sword chi or sword light. There was only the most basic sword, However, in Ning's eyes, a sword like this was the most terrifying sword he had ever seen. It was as though his every move was being predicted by his foe, and each time his foe struck out, he was able to perfectly break Ning's sword force. All of the metal and wooden golems in the vicinity of the training ground were instantly shattered by Ji Ning's sword light. They transformed into metal shards that filled the air, rolling away like a sandstorm. In midair, the sword light flashed wildly alongside the power of fire and water. In an instant, it exploded into millions of stars, and then shattered like scattered fireworks, dazzling to the extreme. As soon as this battle had begun, it had attracted the attention of Yichuan and his wife. They had immediately hurried over. What a terrifying killing intent. Yichuan, quick, go save Ning. Yichuan's wife, Yuchi Snow, was frantic with worry, and she let out a cry of alarm. On the other side, Yichuan frowned. Don't worry. For now, that person shouldn't try to kill Ning. Look, after fighting for so long, he's only used a single hand. He hasn't even used any of his energy or divine power. If I'm not mistaken, he should be testing Ning Er's limits. But although he said this, Yichuan still gripped his sword tightly, prepared to charge forward at any moment. By now, the battle had reached its climax. Ji Ning's sword was becoming increasingly swift and fierce, and it was relentless. Under the pressure of Zhou Tong's attacks, his sword arts had undergone a completely new transformation. Every single sword strike was like flowing water, growing and multiplying without end. Even that all-piercing sword intent was becoming increasingly ferocious. But Zhou Tong continued to stand calmly in his original position, still using a single finger sword. But compared to before, his sword was becoming increasingly slow and drawn out. It seemed simple, but it was filled with countless hidden moves. No matter how Ji Ning's sword arts transformed, they were still unable to do anything to him. Yichuan and Yuchi Snow, who were watching from the side, were already dumbfounded. They hadn't expected their son's sword arts to have advanced to such a level. Even more so, they hadn't expected that this mysterious person would be so terrifying. The battle was very fierce, but the result was clear at a glance. Ji Ning's sword arts were completely sealed. Zhou Tong's finger sword was like a dam blocking a river. No matter how much Ji Ning's sword arts raged, they were unable to penetrate it. Ji Ning, whose momentum had been like a rainbow, gradually became dispirited after continuously attacking with all his might. The speed at which he struck out with his sword also began to slow. All right, let's stop here. Zhou Tong retracted his killing intent, then flicked his finger, sending Ji Ning's 2 swords flying. The 2 Dark North swords flew out at the same time, stabbing into 2 boulders, still trembling. Ninger! Yichuan saw this and immediately flew over, blocking in front of Ji Ning. No need to be so nervous. I was just testing his strength. Zhou Tong's skin trembled slightly, revealing his original appearance. You are Zhou Tong. Ichuan looked at the person in front of him in astonishment. Although they had been separated for many years, and although Zhou Tong had grown up a lot, it was clear that his appearance hadn't changed too much. One could still see the characteristics of his appearance from back then. It's me, Zhou Tong said. Master. Jining was also stunned, then cried out in alarm. Chapter 1225. Zhou Tong, why have you come back? Ichuan asked. Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at him, then laughed. Since Jining has taken me on as his master, I should fulfill my responsibilities as a master. I don't have much time. I only have 4 months of free time. By then, I will be heading to the imperial capital. If you have any questions regarding your training, you can ask me during these 4 months. He only had half a year to begin with. He had used a month to break through and train in the star-seizing hand. Of the remaining 5 months, he had to leave at least 1 month for emergencies or for his own training. Thus, he only had 4 months of time to instruct Jining. Yes, master. Jining was rather excited. When he had taken on Zhou Tong as his master, he had only hoped that Zhou Tong would be able to give him some pointers regarding the Qi Ming's diagram of the 9 heavens. But after that battle, he now understood that Zhou Tong's accomplishments in the Tao of the Sword were far from what he could compare with. Now that Linley was able to give him pointers, naturally, he would be able to acquire many more things as well. Your Ji clan's Qi Ming's diagram of the 9 heavens only has the first scroll. It only has the Hot Eon, Xiantian, and Zifu levels of training. I will now give you the 2nd and 3rd scrolls. At the very least, you won't need to worry too much about the Wanxiang, Primal, Void level, and Empyrean God level techniques. While speaking, Zhou Tong waved his hand, and the Qi Ming's diagram of the 9 heavens appeared in front of Jining. This is the next part of the Qi Ming's diagram of the 9 heavens. Each one's eyes were shining, and the nearby Jining revealed a look of surprise and joy as well. Their Ji clan only had the first scroll of the Qi Ming's diagram of the 9 heavens. Although it was easy to acquire the rest of the techniques, Jining had still been somewhat worried. But now that the Empyrean God level techniques had been completed, Jining naturally no longer had any worries. In addition, your key refining technique, your Ji clan's Raindrop Sutra, is too weak. Only, since you train in a water style technique, you are not suited to train in my fire style technique. However, during this period of time, I found an immortal rank Qi refining technique for you. This Blackwater True technique is for you. Zhou Tong then threw out another technique. This was the technique he had acquired from the Celestial Immortal's cavern in the wild marshes of the Jail Mountains. That Celestial Immortal clearly cultivated a fire-type cultivation technique. However, as a Celestial Immortal, it was normal for him to possess other basic cultivation techniques. Immortal Tier Qi Refinement Technique. The nearby Yuchi Snow and Jining were both stunned when they heard this. Their own technique was only capable of being trained up to the peak of the Zifu disciple realm, but they had instantly completed an immortal rank technique. Wasn't this jump a little too big? Ichuan asked. What level have you cultivated to? Where did this immortal ranked key refining technique come from? Will there be any future problems? I don't know if there will be any future problems with this technique. In the past few years, I accidentally found this technique in the Celestial Immortal's cavern. I can't guarantee its origins. However, I imagine that as long as you don't wildly spread it, no one should cause trouble for you. Zhou Tong said leisurely. However, for a mere immortal ranked key refining technique, if someone really wants to cause trouble for you, just use my name. And at most 10 years, I'll be able to undergo the Empyrean Tribulation. I refuse to believe that anyone would be willing to cause trouble for me for the sake of an immortal ranked key refining technique. Zhou Tong said. These words could be described as domineering. Jining and the others were all stunned, and then they were filled with astonishment. Deity, Empyrean Tribulation, become an Empyrean God? Yichuan stared at Zhou Tong, stunned. Could it be that this person had already become an immortal? Void-level Earth immortals were still immortals. There's no need to say any more nonsense. I don't have much time, and I don't have much time to teach you either. Zhou Tong looked at Ji Ning and said leisurely, your sword techniques are already quite good for your level, but there's still a chance for you to improve. As he spoke, Zhou Tong waved his hand, and a nearby metal sword flew into his hand. When I saw you wield your sword, you were also controlling water and fire. However, it's clear that your control and understanding of water and fire is far from enough. I'll teach you a sword technique first. Try to fuse the power of water and fire. Watch carefully. Zhou Tong casually waved his sword. Instantly, an icy blue flaming sword chi pierced through the air, whistling as it tore through the void. The air in its path was sliced apart like a thin sheet of paper. The surging sword chi swept through the air, and a terrifying sword cry echoed throughout the 9 heavens. The sword chi had already pierced into the depths of the heavens. Yichuan, Ji Ning, and the others couldn't see the details of what had happened after the sword chi had pierced into the heavens. They could only see an extremely terrifying slash mark extending from the depths of the heavens, splitting the clouds in the sky, and extending into the distant horizon. This scene was as if the sword had sliced open the heavens. What a powerful sword technique! Ji Ning stared at the sword with infatuation. The power of this sword technique had already exceeded his imagination. This technique contains the key to breaking through from the Xiantian realm to the Purple Palace realm in the Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens. If you can completely comprehend this sword technique, your Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens will reach the 6th stage without any bottlenecks and directly break through to the 7th stage of the Purple Palace realm, Zhou Tong explained. The key to breaking through to the next stage? Ji Ning suddenly looked at Zhou Tong with shock in his heart. This thing couldn't be a sword technique that he had created himself, right? He had integrated his own understanding of the Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens into the sword technique, which was why he had created such a sword technique. After you have learned this technique, there will be a second technique, a third technique, and a fourth technique. The second technique is the key to breaking through to the manifestation realm. The third technique is the key to breaking through to the primordial soul realm. And the fourth technique is the key to breaking through to the void return realm, Zhou Tong continued. I have integrated all the understanding needed to break through to the next stage of the Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens into this sword technique. In these 4 months, you will mainly cultivate this sword technique. Zhou Tong finally said. This set of sword technique was something that Zhou Tong had casually created. His own realm had long surpassed the level of this set of sword technique. Naturally, it was easy for him to create such a sword technique from the top to the bottom. Thank you, Master. Ji Ning immediately asked Zhou Tong for guidance with joy. On the other side, Ji Yichuan saw this and said, during this period of time, Ninger, it will be in your care. In the next 4 months, no one else will come to the martial arts field. Ji Yichuan knew very well that when most experts were passing on their skills, they would not allow others to watch. This was because the content could very likely involve secrets that were not passed on. Zhou Tong nodded slightly. This sword technique was specially created for Ji Ning by himself. Although creating this sword technique did not consume much of his energy, it was not something that others could casually learn. Chapter 12:26. For months passed by in the blink of an eye. In the shrouding heaven world, Zhou Tong didn't accept any disciples. The ones who inherited his grand Tao scriptures were his own descendants. In the Yang God world, he didn't accept any disciples. He only discussed the Tao with Eternal Life Emperor and the others. In the longevity world, he still didn't accept any disciples. He only took special care of the dragons and passed down some of his own battle skills. In the coiling dragon world, he didn't accept any disciples because that world's cultivation was too focused on comprehending the profound mysteries of the laws. It could be said that Ji Ning was the first disciple Zhou Tong had accepted in countless years. In these 4 months of teaching, He did his best to fulfill the responsibility of a master. Not only did he pass down the sword art he had deliberately created that was related to the Qi Ming diagram of the nine heavens to Ji Ning, he also took out a large amount of liquefied origin essence to rebuild Ji Ning's foundation of the immortal Dao Qi refining technique, allowing him to directly advance to the Zifu realm in these 4 months. He also passed down several divine abilities and other sword arts. It could be said that in these short 4 months, Ji Ning had completely been reborn. 4 months have passed. It's time for me to leave, Zhou Tong said. Master, when will I be able to see you again? When will I be able to hear your teachings again? Ji Ning asked somewhat reluctantly. Zhou Tong said, don't show such an attitude. I've already taught you everything I can. If I continue, won't you become a second me? I've said before that your path is completely different from mine. Your talent lies in the Tao of the sword, while my path lies in the Tao of fire. The sword arts and divine abilities I pass down to you are only a supplement to my own Tao of fire. In terms of the Tao of the sword, they aren't very comprehensive. There may even be some mistakes in the middle. Next, you need to comprehend the Tao of the sword on your own. Read more and learn more. In the future, you may be able to create your own sword arts and sword arts. While comprehending the sword, although you might walk into a fork in the road, you should still cultivate without worry. On the path of cultivation, it's a good thing to take some detours. Perhaps you might think that detours are a waste of time now, but when you reach a higher level of cultivation and look back at the detours, you will realize that the scenery along the way is a harvest, a foundation. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. When we'll meet again in the future will depend on fate. After taking one last look at Ji Ning, Zhou Tong floated away. Master, looking at Zhou Tong's departing figure, Ji Ning's heart was filled with many emotions. He felt even more admiration and gratitude towards Zhou Tong. It had only been 4 months, yet he was able to experience such growth. If it was 4 years, then what realm would he reach? By now, Ning didn't even dare to imagine how powerful the disciples of those mighty figures would be. They would always have a master to guide them, and there would be virtually no need for them to take any detours. They would be able to grow up by following the path to the heavens. Detours. Master is right. Trial and error is also a harvest. Master has already passed down so many sword arts to me. Some of them are his own creations, and there are also sword arts from predecessors. These sword arts may not be correct, but with so many sword arts added together, they can ultimately lead to a correct path. Ji Ning closed his eyes and recalled the cultivation of the past 4 months. He recalled Zhou Tong's comments on the profoundness of each set of sword arts. He couldn't help but be dazed. His entire person fell into a mysterious state of enlightenment. The countless sword arts, as well as Zhou Tong's comments, poured into his heart. For a moment, he was immersed in the sea of sword. His spirit was completely filled with countless sword techniques. The countless sword techniques were like a clear spring that flowed through his heart. Many of the sword arts were mysterious and unfathomable. It was impossible for him to comprehend them in a short period of time. However, these sword arts had turned into imprints that were imprinted in his heart, allowing him to become more familiar with the profoundness of these sword arts. Time passed by bit. This moment felt like thousands of years had passed. When Ji Ning had thoroughly reviewed all the sword arts, his eyes seemed to have flashes of sword light. A vast and mysterious feeling welled up in his heart. This was the Tao of the sword. The vastness of this Tao, the power of this Tao, and the mysteries of this Tao. Ning had completely come into contact with it, causing his heart to grow closer and closer to the supreme grand Tao of the sword. Is that the way of the sword? The sword light in Ji Ning's eyes dissipated. He felt that his spirit and heart had undergone an unimaginable transformation. So that's the way of the sword. It's so brilliant and grand. It's so enchanting. Ji Ning's heart of the sword became firm at this moment. After experiencing the baptism of thousands of swords, his entire body seemed to have turned into a divine sword, emitting a piercing sharpness. However, Zhou Tong could not see all these changes. At this moment, he had already returned to the Scarlet Dragon Mountains and returned to his own small building. He quietly sat cross-legged in the quiet room. He reviewed the past 4 months in his heart. Instantly, he gained many insights. Ji Ning is indeed the son of providence of this era. He is indeed the first person in the original work to comprehend a complete ultimate way. Zhou Tong was somewhat astonished. In the past 4 months, Ji Ning had many ideas and questions. Even Zhou Tong was surprised. These were not questions that a person with such strength should be able to ask. To be able to ask such questions, one should at least be a primordial soul realm cultivator who had practiced the sword for hundreds of years. If everything goes smoothly, Ji Ning's path of growth will probably be even smoother than it was in the past. Come to think of it, this chaos verse was invaded by the Sith precisely because it was too weak. But in other words, could it be that the chaos verse is struggling to survive, resulting in an explosion of karmic luck that resulted in the birth of a genius like Ji Ning? Zhou Tong's train of thought quickly moved to a whole new level. Karmic luck existed in the desolate era. Some autarchs were able to sense the presence of karmic luck, and so they would lend a helping hand to those with good karmic luck. In the future, when those people grew up, the autarchs would receive a portion of the karmic luck as well. Then, could Ji Ning be a peerless genius whose karmic luck had exploded during the Chaosverse struggles? This explosion of karmic luck is one way of putting it. Actually, there are many other worlds in the Chaosverse that have similar theories. In fact, Celestial Emperor Desolation was born because the Chaosverse was unable to withstand the darkness control, resulting in an explosion of karmic luck that resulted in the birth of an invincible Celestial Emperor. However, there was no way to know the answer to all of these questions, and so Zhou Tong didn't continue to ponder them. He quietly waited for the representatives of the Rain Dragon Guard headquarters to arrive. At the same time, he continued to meditate on the Daos of this world. His Tao of Fire had already reached the Grand Tao level. This was the standard for true gods and true immortals, but it still wasn't enough. This world had an even more ultimate Tao of Fire, the Heavenly Tao of Fire. Only by mastering a Heavenly Tao would one be able to surpass true immortals and reach the level of Zhu Shun or Zhu Xian. Chapter 1227. Within the Crimson Dragon Mountains. Rumble, the teleportation array at the heart of the mountain range suddenly lit up, and a squad of soldiers dressed in the standard armor of the Rain Dragon Guard appeared within the teleportation array. The leader of the squad was a muscular man, although his body had the ethereal aura of a celestial immortal. What was even thicker was the power of a fiend god body refiner. This was a void-level fiend god, but he was also a celestial immortal. "Where is Zhou Tong?" The leader of the squad immediately spoke out, and his powerful voice shook the entire Crimson Dragon Mountains. Zhou Tong, who had been training within his own residence, opened his eyes as well. He left his residence, then flew directly towards the heart of the Rain Dragon Guard. As soon as he arrived, he saw the group of people within the teleportation array. "I am Zhou Tong." Zhou Tong walked forward. The leader of the squad stared at Zhou Tong, sizing him up for a moment. He couldn't help but frown, then barked, "Are you joking?" According to the intelligence reports of the Rain Dragon Guard, Zhou Tong is a primal fiend god. You, a void-level fiend god, dare to pretend to be him? Can it be that you want to test the laws of the Rain Dragon Guard? Zhou Tong was startled. He hadn't expected that this would be the first thing the man said. At this moment, Immortal Gyue of the Crimson Dragon Mountains flew over as well. Not knowing whether to laugh or to cry, he said, "I am the commander of the Rain Dragon Guard of Stillwater Commandery. I can testify that he is Zhou Tong. The information we sent to headquarters was half a year ago. A few months ago, he broke through to the void level." "Broke through a few months ago?" The muscular man was startled. He gave Zhou Tong another look, then shook his head. "You trained in the Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens, but you actually broke through so quickly? The reason you were sent to headquarters this time was because there were void-level fiend gods who trained in the Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens to guide you in breaking through. Since you broke through on your own, then there's no point in you going to headquarters. Guide me in breaking through. Zhou was rather speechless as well. He had been hoping that the headquarters of the Rain Dragon Guard would have something special about them. But as it turned out, they were just there to guide him in breaking through to the next level. This sort of training was completely useless. You're already a returned to Void Realm Fiend God, and you broke through with the help of the Qi Ming diagram of the Nine Heavens. Even amongst celestial immortals, you're one of the strongest. If you enter the headquarters, you probably won't get any special training. Most likely, you'll be promoted. The brawny man continued. Of course, the specific situation depends on His Majesty's thoughts. The Rain Dragon Guard's training was actually primarily focused on the Wanxiang, Primal, and Void levels. As for Fiend God body refiners, they focused on the Zifu, Wanxiang, and Void levels. Generally speaking, the Rain Dragon Guard would not raise celestial immortals who had successfully overcome their tribulations, nor would they raise void-level fiend gods. This was because, according to the oath to the Tao of the Heavens which had been signed when joining the Rain Dragon Guard, pure young true immortals who were a step above celestial immortals, as well as void-level fiend gods who were a step above Empyrean gods, were all permitted to leave the Rain Dragon Guard. The Rain Dragon Guard trained their talents to work for them, not to give them away for free. Thus, generally speaking, the Rain Dragon Guard wouldn't intentionally raise celestial immortals or void-level fiend gods. After pondering for a moment, the brawny man finally said, "However, since you've broken through on your own, it's fine. In the end, the conditions of the headquarters will surpass those of your Stillwater Commandery branch. In addition, you're on the list given by the headquarters. I'll give you 15 minutes to take care of matters here. Then come with us. You've come from afar. Why don't you come in and rest for a few days? The Rain Dragon Guards of our Stillwater Commandery branch are looking forward to your lectures on the Tao," Immortal Guyue said. This was a request for benefits for the Rain Dragon Guards of Stillwater Commandery. Generally speaking, those who came from the headquarters were at least celestial immortals. Guyue would often ask them to stay for a few days and give lectures on the Tao to the Rain Dragon Guards. The leader of the brawny men shook his head. "I've received orders to come here and take away the geniuses of the various branches of the Rain Dragon Guard. This time, there will be 3 groups of people working together on this mission. I'll have to go through 1199 places in the Stillwater Commandery because your Rain Dragon Guard has produced a fiend god who is trained in the diagram of the 9 heavens of Qi Ming and reached the primal level, which is why I'm the first to come here. Next, there are 1199 places to go. We don't have much time to waste. We can only stay at each place for 15 minutes. As he spoke, the fiend god turned his gaze towards Zhou Tong. "No need for 15 minutes. I don't have anything to do right now. Let's head out immediately." As Zhou Tong spoke, he bid farewell to the nearby Immortal Guyue, then stepped into the teleportation array. "Good. There's no time to lose. Let's head out now. Our next stop is the North Sea Commandery." The brawny man immediately indicated to the nearby Rain Dragon Guard to activate the teleportation array. "Yes." The nearby Rain Dragon Guard immediately nodded, then activated the teleportation array. Rumble, dazzling light flashed, and Zhou Tong's group immediately disappeared for the teleportation array of the Crimson Dragon Mountains. Zhou Tong followed this squad of Rain Dragon Guards on this mission. They continuously teleported, passing through more than 1,000 commanderies. This teleportation allowed Zhou Tong to experience the vastness of the Grand Xia. The world of the Grand Xia was comparable in size to one of the living planets of the Shrouded Heaven world, much less the vast, boundless 3,000 realms. As they continued to teleport, more and more cultivators began to appear around them. Within each commandery, there was at least 1 person, and at most 3 or 5. During this period of time, Zhou Tong encountered all sorts of cultivators. There were dire monsters with monstrous auras that filled the heavens, fiend gods like Zhou Tong who were born naturally, and fiend gods who possessed the bloodline of primordial fiend gods. But of course, the majority of them were humans. The Grand Xia was the empire of the human race. Only by swearing loyalty to the Grand Xia would the other races be qualified to join the Rain Dragon Guard. Finally, After running through the final Azure Sun commandery, the group was finally ready to return to the headquarters of the Rain Dragon Guard. Buzz, accompanied by the radiance of the teleportation array, the large group of nearly 2,000 people quickly left the teleportation array and arrived at the capital of the Grand Xia dynasty. The light dissipated, and the group appeared in a huge square. The square was already filled with people. There were about 4,000 to 5,000 people. Haha, Shangxiang, you're the last one. We have been waiting for a long time. As soon as they came out, a rough voice sounded. Not far away, a burly man laughed loudly as he walked towards the burly man who led Zhou Tong and the others. Zhou Tong's eyes turned. Only now did he know that the name of the burly man who led them here was Shangxiang. Isn't it because these little guys are too slow? Shangxiang said helplessly. All right, since everyone is here, it's time to gather at the main hall. At this time, not far away, an enchanting woman walked over. She glanced around and exclaimed, Shangxiang, why is there a return to Void Stage Fiend God here? This person looked at Zhou Tong with a hint of surprise. He recently broke through. Since he is on the list, I brought him here to see what His Majesty has planned. Shangxiang said casually, That's all. Let's go to the main hall together. Don't make His Majesty wait too long. Chapter 1228. The imperial capital of the Grand Xia was the core of this major world. Within the imperial capital of the Grand Xia, there was a towering mountain that was over 10,000 kilometers tall. This mountain was also the tallest mountain within the imperial capital. Its name was Rain Dragon God Mountain. This was also the headquarters of the Rain Dragon Guard. Halfway up the mountain, there was a series of enormous teleportation arrays. The teleportation array that Zhou Tong's group had used to arrive here was one of them. Of course, there were other teleportation arrays here as well. These teleportation arrays led to other major worlds. Every day, countless living beings used these teleportation arrays to travel to and from the various major worlds. After leaving the plaza, Zhou Tong's group was suddenly able to see the entire imperial capital from a high vantage point. Halfway up the mountain, Rain Dragon God Mountain was over 3,000 kilometers tall. However, there wasn't a single cloud in this place. Everything was incomparably clear down to the tiniest detail. Looking down from here, one could see the majestic city below. One couldn't see the end of it. The only thing one could see was an equally enormous immortal palace on the opposite side. That was the place where the Grand Xia Emperor usually resided, the Skylight Palace. Rain Dragon God Mountain was the tallest mountain within the imperial capital, so the Skylight Palace was the second tallest mountain. Rain Dragon God Mountain was over 10,000 kilometers tall, while the Skylight Palace was over 9,999 kilometers tall. These two buildings were the number 1 and number 2 buildings in the entire Grand Xia. Indeed, Rain Dragon God Mountain wasn't a natural mountain range. It was an enormous construction treasure. Similarly, the Skylight Palace on the opposite side was the same. Do you see that? That's the Skylight Palace. His Majesty is waiting for us there. The leader of the group began to introduce the Skylight Palace to everyone. This Skylight Palace was a magic treasure as a whole. It emitted all sorts of treasured light. Gold light, silver light, azure light, violet light, scarlet light. All sorts of treasured light illuminated the entire imperial capital, making it seem as bright as day. There were no clouds below the Skylight Palace, but clouds began to appear from 6,000 kilometers away. The most obvious ones were red clouds, and above them were other clouds. There were a total of 9 layers. In terms of power, it was completely comparable to the cloudy palace of the Celestial Realm. This Skylight Palace and Divine Rain Dragon Mountain are at least immortal-ranked magic treasures. They might even be pure, young magic treasures. Zhou Tong silently evaluated, but it didn't take long for them to arrive at a pier near Divine Mountaining Long. That's right, it was the dock. The capital city was simply too large, and the distance between the Rain Dragon Divine Mountain and the Skylight Palace was tens of thousands of kilometers. However, these two places just happened to be very close to each other, and people would often visit each other. If he allowed the immortals to fly over, wouldn't that mean that the people below would watch the immortals as airplanes every day? Therefore, there were immortal treasures in the capital that were specially used for moving around, ships. Naturally, there was also such a thing as a dock. Zhou Tong and the others were on a black ship with a dragon's head. Soon, everyone entered the ship. The Dharma treasure was activated, and the huge ship began to slowly fly towards the Skylight Palace. Zhou Tong leaned against the side of the ship and quietly looked at the scenery below. The ship was very fast, and it didn't take long for them to arrive near the Skylight Palace. Zhou Tong swept his gaze and looked at the entrance of the Skylight Palace. There were several god fiends that were hundreds of thousands of feet tall guarding the door. The god fiends guarding the door are all at the return to Void Realm. TSK, Emperor Xia's extravagance is quite grand. Zhou Tong thought to himself. After the black ship approached the Skylight Palace, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from the ship. Then, the entire ship seemed to break through the void as it rapidly ascended. In the blink of an eye, it broke through several layers of clouds and directly arrived at the highest cloud layer of the Skylight Palace. At the same time, everyone also saw the main hall of the Skylight Palace. The black ship stopped, and Zhou Tong and the others disembarked as well, arriving at the huge plaza outside the main hall. All of you wait here. Without orders, you're not allowed to enter. The three leaders instructed Zhou Tong and the others. Then, the three leaders directly entered the main hall of the Skylight Palace. The main hall at the highest point of the Skylight Palace. The Emperor of the Grand Xia was dressed in a pitch-black dragon robe as he sat on the highest throne. His face was simple and unadorned, and his eyes were like lightning. Wherever his gaze passed, the heavens and the earth seemed to split apart. Just the aura of majesty that he casually revealed was enough to shock and awe celestial immortals. The people below him were divided into two rows, all of them standing. The ones at the very front were naturally the celestial immortals and fiend gods of the imperial clan of the Grand Xia, while behind them were the celestial immortals and fiend gods of the military. At a glance, one could tell that there were 400 or 500 celestial immortals and fiend gods standing below. Your Imperial Majesty, the three celestial immortals who had entered the main hall simultaneously bowed respectfully. You may rise. The Emperor's majestic voice echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. How did the mission go? The Emperor continued to ask. The three exchanged glances, and then the woman spoke out. Your Imperial Majesty, half a year ago, our Rain Dragon Guard selected a total of 6,213 chosen from the 3,600 commanderies of the Empire. On this mission, aside from 7 who perished due to accidents, the other 6,206 have all come here. Among them, there are 778 Violet Palace Realm Fiend Gods, 3,159 Wanxiang Realm Geniuses, 1,993 Primordial Soul Realm Geniuses, 273 Void-level Earth Immortals, and 3 Void-level Fiend Gods. After hearing the report, all of the military officials and the princes all nodded slightly. The Grand Xia dynasty was indeed growing more and more prosperous. This trip to the 3,600 commanderies of the Empire had resulted in more than 6,000 chosen being selected. This truly was incredible, much more than in the past. The Grand Xia Emperor asked, those 3 void-level fiend gods, did they break through within half a year? Your Imperial Majesty, all of them broke through within half a year. One of them trained in the Thunder God's body and broke through to the void level, one trained in the Wind Fiend godly body, while the last trained in the Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens and made a breakthrough. Minister Shang continued. The other 2 aren't particularly special. However, the one who broke through using the Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens was a Xiantian fiend god who was born in Stillwater Commandery many years ago. He is not yet 10 years old. What? Not yet 10 years old? How is that possible? As soon as these words came out, all of the princes and military officials present revealed looks of shock on their faces. It was very normal for a Xiantian fiend god to train to the void level because this was something that required supreme talent to begin with. However, to break through using the Qi Ming diagram of the nine heavens, this was abnormal because this meant that he had to destroy his own Xiantian divine body, then use the Qi Ming diagram of the nine heavens to reform his own divine body. If he trained in this manner, then the difficulty of training in the Qi Ming diagram of the nine heavens was no lower than that of others. He also had to gain insights into the fusion and collision of yin and yang, water and fire in order to break through. For someone who wasn't even 10 years old to complete this step, this was utterly inconceivable. Even the Grand Xia Emperor's face changed. Chapter 1229. He's not even 10 years old, but he already has such insights. The Grand Xia Emperor's gaze and divine sense instantly pierced through the palace, landing upon Zhou Tong's body. He wanted to take a closer look at Zhou Tong's situation. In truth, he had read some of the intelligence reports regarding Zhou Tong long ago. The Grand Xia was dedicated to promoting the Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens technique. Naturally, a genius like Zhou Tong, who had trained in the Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens, had caught his eye long ago. However, all he knew was that half a year ago, Zhou Tong had been at the primal level. Now that Zhou Tong had broken through to the void level, he was naturally incomparably shocked. As the disciple of Qi Ming Daozu, the Grand Xia Emperor himself had trained in the Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens as a fiend god body refiner. However, his talent in this area was simply too weak, and he was only able to just barely reach the primal level. He himself knew very well how difficult it was to break through from the primal level to the void level from the primal level. In the instant that the Grand Xia Emperor's gaze landed upon Zhou Tong suddenly trembled. He could sense a mysterious force seemingly attempting to seep into his body. This force was similar to an eye technique divine ability, but it also seemed to be divine sense. His omnipresent heart force immediately began to resist. His dominating third stage, hegemonic heart force instantly wiped out all of this force. That force just now, if I'm not mistaken, it should have been the Grand Xia Emperor. Was he observing me? Zhou Tong now understood. Aside from the Grand Xia Emperor, who else would have such power outside the main palace of the imperial capital? However, is this the divine sense of a pure, yang, true immortal? It truly is more powerful than the current me. If it wasn't for the fact that I have third stage heart force, I really might not have been able to withstand it. Zhou Tong mused to himself. As Zhou Tong blocked the divine sense and gaze of the Grand Xia Emperor, the Grand Xia Emperor felt his heart tremble. There's no mistaking it. Just now he used heart force, and at least third stage heart force. How could he have such power? The secret manuals of the Rain Dragon Guard don't contain any information on how to use heart force. Can it be that he came up with it on his own? Thinking of this, the Grand Xia Emperor couldn't help but have a thought. He has such outstanding talent in the fiend god body refinement realm, and he has reached the third level of heart force. Could it be that our Grand Xia will also produce an invincible master archer? More than 10 years ago, the underworld and hell were attacked, and the 6 paths of reincarnation collapsed. After that, these enemies disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, a thought came to the Grand Xia Emperor's mind. The Netherworld is the place where the souls of the 3 realms are reborn. It is an extremely important place, and the security is extremely tight. Both the 10 Yamakings and the Lord of Chui Palace are pure yang, true immortals, and the Buddhist Ksitigarbha, who stands guard over the Netherworld Kingdom. There are so many experts and great figures standing guard here, yet the 6 paths of reincarnation were suddenly attacked and destroyed. They can't even find out who did it. Even Master can't find any traces of it. With such a terrifying power hidden in the shadows, the 3 realms will definitely fall into chaos. Moreover, it's extremely likely that it will be an unprecedented chaos. Chaos, which could cause the Grand Xia Emperor to be worried, was extremely terrifying. Countless years ago, Pangu had split the heavens and the earth apart from the primordial chaos. Afterwards, the primordial world was born. After countless battles, the primordial world was shattered, and in the end, the 3,000 major worlds and trillion minor worlds were born. But this sort of chaos would definitely affect the entire world. Heroes are born in troubled times. Every single time there is a great war, a truly peerless hero will be born. Which of the major powers of the three realms didn't rise to power in the midst of chaos? The Grand Xia Emperor's eyes were dim. The Rain Dragon Guard of our Grand Xia is the most powerful force in this major world. Logically speaking, it is normal for such a hero to enter the Rain Dragon Guard and rise to power. Can it be that this Zhou Tong is one of those heroes? But isn't it a bit too early for him to have appeared? The Grand Xia Emperor pondered to himself. Even heroes who rose to power in times of chaos would need to experience one great battle after another in order to quickly grow to power. But for someone who had risen to power to such an extent before the chaos of war, that might have nothing to do with the heroes who rose to power in times of chaos. Could it be someone else? The Grand Xia Emperor swept the others with his gaze. He wanted to see who exactly was qualified to become a true expert who would rise to power in the future of the three realms. This year's chosen of the Rain Dragon Guard isn't bad. There are 283 of them with the golden light of karmic virtue. The Rain Dragon Guard's primary duty is to exterminate sinful cultivators. Compared to other cultivators, their karmic virtue is generally higher. The Grand Xia Emperor pondered silently. High karmic virtue represents high karmic luck. But low karmic virtue doesn't necessarily mean low karmic luck. In fact, there are some people with low karmic virtue who have astonishing karmic luck. Karmic virtue and karmic luck weren't the same thing. Those with high karmic virtue would naturally be blessed with karmic luck. Thus, those with high karmic virtue would have good karmic luck. However, there were other things that would bring about karmic luck as well. For example, if you were to become the disciple of a major power, you would naturally receive the karmic luck of that major power. For example, if you inherited the treasures of an ancestor's estate, you would naturally receive the karmic luck of that ancestor. For example, if your parents suddenly became major powers, you would naturally receive the karmic luck of that major power as well. In short, karmic luck and karmic virtue were different. Karmic virtue was something that could be seen through at a glance, but karmic luck was something that no one could say for certain. In fact, not even Daozu was necessarily able to understand it. Your karmic virtue isn't bad. Only, I wonder how good your karmic luck is. The Grand Xia Emperor's gaze once more fell upon Zhou Tong. He was inspecting Zhou Tong's karmic virtue. Zhou Tong's entire body was surrounded by golden light. Naturally, his karmic virtue had reached the level required to produce the golden light of karmic virtue. Although he had only joined the Rain Dragon Guard for a short period of time and hadn't exterminated many sinful cultivators, his power was extremely high, and so the sinful cultivators he had exterminated were of extremely high quality. A single one of them was comparable to hundreds of others. Naturally, the amount of karmic virtue he had accumulated was astonishing. However, for someone to be able to train to such a level in such a short period of time, his karmic luck can't be bad. With the upheaval of the three realms upon us, even I am in danger of dying. I need experts like this to join us, to strengthen the karmic luck of our Grand Xia. The Grand Xia Emperor's goal was very clear. In the end, his gaze fell upon Zhou Tong and the other two void-level fiend gods. According to the standards of the Rain Dragon Guard, void-level fiend gods and celestial immortals weren't worth much. In truth, it was precisely because they knew this that unless absolutely necessary, they didn't want to make their breakthroughs so early. As for Earth immortals, they had to undergo a tribulation to become celestial immortals. Thus, the void-level Earth immortals were able to suppress their breakthroughs slightly, and so none of them broke through to become celestial immortals. However, three fiend gods had made their breakthroughs. This was because fiend gods didn't undergo a tribulation when breaking through. In fact, they might break through with a flash of insight. This was something that was hard to suppress. The Grand Xia Emperor spoke out. The rest of the Rain Dragon Guard will be trained according to the previous standards. As for these 3 void-level fiend gods, they can go to the treasury of our Grand Xia dynasty and choose a divine ability or secret art of their choice. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was instantly stunned. According to the previous standards, those who had broken through would at most receive the same reward as the primal fiend gods, which was a divine ability that was worth less than 500,000 karmic value. But this time, they could choose a divine ability of their choice. They knew that the most powerful divine ability of the Grand Xia dynasty's treasury was the Torch Dragon's Eye. This item was worth 10 million karmic value. With this divine ability, and with these 3 being fiend gods, what other choice did they have? It was certain that everyone would choose this divine ability. This time, as soon as the Emperor opened his mouth, the reward would be increased by 20 times. However, since the Emperor had opened his mouth, these people naturally didn't dare to say anything. The celestial immortal in charge of managing the treasury nodded and said, "Yes." Chapter 1230. Following the Emperor's decision, a middle-aged prince quickly walked out from the main palace. Where Zhou Tong of Stillwater Commandery, East Cloud of Yumming Commandery, and Blue Sun of Songling Commandery. The prince called out towards the thousands of Rain Dragon guards in the plaza outside. Everyone was in an uproar. Earlier, when they had been teleported down from Rain Dragon Mountain, they had communicated with each other. They all knew that the 3 people this prince called out were the 3 most powerful void-level fiend gods in their group. Everyone stepped aside, allowing Zhou Tong, East Cloud, and Blue Sun to stand at the very front. "I am King Prayer of the Grand Xia. On the orders of His Imperial Majesty, I have come to bring the 3 of you to the Imperial Treasury. Choose any divine ability you wish. Follow me," King Prayer said. Upon hearing these words, some of the void-level Earth immortals present felt endless regret. If they had known that they would be able to acquire such treasures after breaking through, they wouldn't have suppressed their power at all. They would have gone through the celestial tribulation and become celestial immortals long ago. Yes, the 3 nodded, a hint of surprise and delight in their eyes. They were all Rain Dragon guards. How could they not know what supreme divine abilities the Imperial Treasury held? For an opportunity like this, they naturally had to choose the most powerful divine ability, the Torch Dragon's Eye. The Emperor is actually so generous. It seems as though the storm of the 3 realms has frightened him, and he urgently needs to accumulate power to protect himself. The reason he opened the treasury to me is most likely to be to buy my loyalty and make me work for him. Zhou Tong could already guess what the Grand Xia Emperor was thinking. Soon, King Qi led the 3 of them to the treasury. The Imperial Treasury was located on the 6th floor of the Skylight Palace. This place contains all of the abridged versions of the Taoist scriptures of the Imperial Xia clan. You can choose any divine ability or secret art you wish. As long as it is available here, I can give it to you. But of course, you can only choose one. King Qi pointed at the seemingly endless bookshelves, then laughed. Zhou Tong, East Cloud, and Blue Sun all nodded. Although they had long ago decided on which divine abilities to trade for, it wasn't easy for them to enter the Imperial Treasury. Naturally, they had to take a good look around. What if the Grand Xia Emperor hadn't left all of their treasures with the Rain Dragon Guards? What if there was a divine ability even more powerful than the Torch Dragon's Eye? The 3 of them quickly arrived at the most conspicuous table made of black jade in front of them. On this table were abridged versions of the best divine abilities and secret arts. The group immediately started browsing through them. Universe Arrow, Formless Phantom Shadow, Fire Rainbow Evasion, one after another, divine abilities and secret techniques were displayed in front of the 3 of them. There was no specific cultivation method on the abridged books, only the cultivation conditions of these divine abilities and the general description of the effects after cultivation. Of course, there were also conditions for obtaining these sacred arts. However, These conditions were basically for the members of the royal family of the Grand Xia dynasty to see. Zhou Tong and the others could choose as they pleased. After looking at it for a long time, they still couldn't find a cultivation method that could surpass the Torch Dragon's Eye. In the end, the three of them decided to choose the Torch Dragon's Eye. The heritage of the royal family of the Great Xia dynasty is still not enough. Compared to the Bodhi in the original work, they are far inferior. Zhou Tong was a little speechless. The quantity and quality of the divine abilities that the Bodhi had were truly terrifying. The divine abilities and secret techniques that he casually took out were all on the same level as the Torch Dragon's Eye. On the other hand, the royal family of the Great Xia dynasty only had the Torch Dragon's Eye. Moreover, this Torch Dragon's Eye was only the first half and could only be cultivated up to the Void Return Realm. As for the Heavenly God and True God level cultivation methods, they didn't have any at all. Therefore, the reason why the Bodhi would teach disciples is because he has the most profound heritage. He only needs to guide his own disciples. He can satisfy any aspect. However, the other Daozu don't have such a heritage, Zhou Tong thought to himself. After choosing the divine abilities, Prince Qi immediately led Zhou Tong and the others into a stone room. There were floating jade slips everywhere. Prince Qi pointed at a jade slip not far away. It was the divine ability of the Torch Dragon's Eye. Zhou Tong, you go first. Prince Qi looked at Zhou Tong first. The nearby East Cloud and Blue Sun didn't object. Zhou Tong was the strongest amongst them, and he had broken through using the number 1 Fiend God Body refining technique, the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens. The two of them were slightly weaker. Soon, Zhou Tong grabbed the jade slip. A huge amount of information instantly entered his mind, allowing him to know the true cultivation method of the Torch Dragon's Eye and the terrifying aspects of this divine ability. According to the legends, the Torch Dragon opened its eyes to see the day and closed its eyes to see the night. This divine ability also had some similarities. However, this kind of opening and closing of eyes didn't affect the specific world, but the person. If an ordinary cultivator who cultivated the Torch Dragons, I only needed to look at you, the other party would only need to release a little bit of power to immediately make the other party's vision turn white. Then, everything would turn pitch black, and they wouldn't be able to see anything. This was an eye technique that could cause blindness. Some of the weaker ones might even be blinded in an instant. Of course, the Torch Dragon's Eye's attack power was very weak. This was because after cultivating to a certain level, one's eyes could be regenerated at will. In addition, in battle, everyone relied on their divine sense, not their vision. The truly terrifying aspect of this divine ability was its auxiliary effects. The Torch Dragon illuminated the world. Upon mastering this divine ability, one could observe the 9 heavens above and the 9 underworld below. Every blade of grass and every tree in the world would be visible to one's eyes. Of course, this divine ability was the most beneficial to Zhou Tong, because he was the only one present who could be considered a divine archer. A short while later, everyone received the legacy of the Torch Dragon's Eye divine ability. All of you follow me. After leading them out of the treasury, Prince Qi immediately left the Skylight Palace and headed towards God Dragon Mountain. After ascending God Dragon Mountain, Prince Qi led them all upwards. Soon, they arrived at a place 9,000 kilometers above God Dragon Mountain. He said, "You all know that this opportunity was prepared for fiend gods below the void level and immortal cultivators below the celestial immortal level. Since you've broken through, you naturally can't be like the other Rain Dragon guards. Right now, you could be considered as Rain Dragon guards directly subordinate to His Imperial Majesty. In the future, all you need to do is follow His Imperial Majesty's orders. Next, this will be your residence." As he spoke, Prince Qi pointed at the 3 immortals' caves on the nearby mountain peak. Normally, you can live and cultivate here. The 3 of them naturally weren't displeased. They had just received the Torch Dragon's Eye divine ability. Naturally, they didn't want to be together with the other Rain Dragon guards. In addition, This place was so high up that it was the perfect place to cultivate the torch dragon's eye. The torch dragon's eye required harvesting the 9 heavens aurora to refine the torch dragon's eye. The higher up the mountain, the easier it would be to harvest the 9 heavens aurora, and the faster it would be to cultivate this divine ability. Chapter 1231. In the Great Xia Dynasty, on the Winged Dragon Sacred Mountain, Zhou Tong sat quietly on a large bluestone outside the entrance of his cave residence with his eyes looking at the sky. At this moment, his eyes suddenly widened as a trace of brilliant flowing light appeared in the sky. If not for his amazing eyesight and profound cultivation, it was almost impossible to notice the brilliant flowing light. The appearance of the flowing light immediately focused Zhou Tong's attention. There seemed to be a whirlpool in his eyes that swallowed the flowing light in the sky. The flowing light disappeared in a flash. After swallowing the flowing light, Zhou Tong quietly closed his eyes and operated the torch dragon's eye, causing his eyelids to be dyed with a layer of dazzling brilliance. After sitting quietly for a while, Zhou Tong opened his eyes again. At this moment, a ray of dim light appeared in his eyes. The dim light gradually condensed and turned into a weak candle flame. However, the candle flame soon dissipated. Although the torch dragon's eye is powerful, it's too troublesome to cultivate. Zhou Tong was speechless. He had been in the Winged Dragon Sacred Mountain for a month. After such a long time, the torch dragon's eye could only be considered as a beginner. The speed of cultivation was too slow. The torch dragon's eye was different from the star-picking hand. As long as the star-picking hand met the conditions and had enough 5 elements essence, it could be cultivated quickly. However, the torch dragon's eye required time to cultivate. Every day, he would collect a little 9 heavens aurora and cultivate it bit by bit. If he persisted every day, it would take at least 10 years to cultivate the upper part of the torch dragon's eye to the profound realm. 10 years, it's about time. According to the time it took for me to become a divine realm expert, it should be about 10 years. Zhou Tong thought to himself, let's cultivate slowly. Zhou Tong calmed down and continued to comprehend the great Tao of this world. At the same time, on the other side, in the endless void outside the 3 realms, there was a mountain that covered an area of 1,000,000 miles floating quietly in the void. There were many palaces on the mountain peak. This mountain was the abode of Qi Ming Daozu. At this moment, a white-robed figure arrived at the peak of the mountain. This person looked exactly like the emperor of the Great Xia Dynasty. It was the second primordial spirit of the emperor of the Great Xia Dynasty. The white-robed Xia emperor arrived at the peak of the mountain. He was completely unimpeded as he made his way to the very top of the mountain. At this moment, an old man with long azure hair sat near the top of the mountain. He was like a reef. Just by sitting there, he made the surrounding space extremely stable. Xiaomang, why have you come? The azure-haired old man looked at the white-robed Xia emperor and asked. This green-haired old man was the creator of the Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens, Qi Ming Daozu. Master, your disciple has been ordered to spread the word of the Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens throughout the world of the Grand Xia. A few days ago, your disciple discovered a genius amongst the Rain Dragon Guards. He is trained for less than 10 years, but has already reached the 16th level of the Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens. Thus, I have come to notify you, Master. The white-robed Xia Emperor respectfully presented a scroll to Xiaomang. Qi Ming Daozu nodded. With a casual tap, the scroll unfurled, revealing Zhou Tong's appearance, aura, and experiences. Even his true form as a phoenix was completely displayed. A phoenix that was born naturally. I never would have thought that in this era, such an outstanding fiend god would be born. He crippled his own divine body and began to train in the Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens. He truly is bold. For him to be able to train to such a level at such a young age, he truly is an outstanding son of heaven. Qi Ming Daozu browsed through the information, then nodded. Master, would you like your disciple to bring him to see you? The white-robed Xia Emperor asked. The white-robed Xia Emperor knew very well that the reason his master had ordered them to spread the word of the Qi Ming diagram of the nine heavens was most likely to be for the sake of recruiting a disciple. As the creator of the Qi Ming diagram of the nine heavens, his master naturally wanted to find a successor. The reason he had wantonly spread the low-level techniques of the Qi Ming diagram of the nine heavens was naturally because he wanted to select a suitable fiend god to train in this technique and take him under his tutelage. This was why the Xia Emperor had asked this question. Upon hearing this, Qi Ming Daozu immediately fell silent for a moment. At the same time, his mind began to wander as he secretly tried to divine Zhou Tong's background and see if he was innocent or not. 10 years ago, the 6 paths of reincarnation had been destroyed. The Xia Emperor and the others might not know the reason, but Qi Ming Daozu and the other Daozu had some speculations long ago. It was most likely the work of the Seamless Gate, who had been beaten to a pulp by Nuwa all those years ago and had now risen from the ashes. Qi Ming Daozu was also trying to divine whether or not Zhou Tong was a member of the Seamless Gate. There seemed to be very few naturally born fiend gods, but in truth, they were quite common in the 3,000 worlds. Within the 6 paths of reincarnation, there was a path known as the Tao of the Devis. Those who entered this path were all naturally born fiend gods who were born with the heavens and earth as their parents. The truly rare fiend gods were those who were truly born out of nothing by the heavens and earth. Given Zhou Tong's terrifying rate of cultivation, Qi Ming Daozu couldn't help but suspect him. So he really was born out of nothing by the heavens and earth? He isn't a product of those people messing with the cycle of reincarnation? Qi Ming Daozu pondered for a long time, and even he himself was rather surprised. To have made such tremendous progress in 10 years of cultivation, he truly is a good seedling. However, the void level and the Empyrean God level are completely different. It will be very difficult for him to maintain this rate of cultivation. Bring him back to see me in 100 years, Qi Ming Daozu said. As the creator of the diagram of the 9 heavens of Qi Ming, he knew very well just how difficult it was to create this body-refining technique. Generally speaking, it would take at least 100 years to reach its limits. 100 years! The white-robed Xia Emperor was slightly startled. He didn't quite understand what his master was trying to say. Remember, Qi Ming Daozu laughed calmly. Don't judge a cultivator's strengths and weaknesses based on a single moment of brilliance or brilliance. The path of cultivation is a long one. Even void-level fiend gods have only taken a few small steps on this path. A person's true potential should be seen through the present and into the future. To be able to reach such a level in less than 10 years of cultivation, that is far too dazzling. However, it is precisely this sort of dazzling brilliance that makes it easy for him to underestimate the heroes of the world and make him arrogant. After 100 years, his temperament will slowly be smoothed out. If he can still maintain a calm Tao heart, neither impatient nor impatient, only leisurely and calm, then he will have a chance of reaching the apex. Qi Ming Daozu knew very well that although the path of immortal cultivation placed great importance on talent and comprehension, once one reached the later stages of cultivation, one's temperament and Tao heart would become even more important. Throughout history, all those who had been able to reach the level of true God Daozu had possessed exceptional temperament and Tao heart. In addition, just look at those famous Empyrean gods. Which one of them hadn't been stuck at the Empyrean God level for countless years, unable to break through to become a true god? Your disciple understands. The white-robed Xia Emperor nodded. Chapter 1232. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed since Zhou Tong had arrived at Rain Dragon Mountain. Zhou Tong sat cross-legged on a large blue stone in front of the entrance to his estate, his eyes flickering with dim candlelight. After 5 years of training, his torch dragon's eye had already reached an extremely high level. By now, even if he didn't use his divine sense, he would be able to clearly see everything within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Even the hairs on the bodies of ants in the darkness could be clearly reflected in his eyes. In the past 5 years, Zhou Tong had often gone out to carry out missions for the Rain Dragon Guard. His missions were basically all directly assigned to him by the Xia Emperor. They were all to deal with extremely troublesome celestial immortals or peak-stage void-level fiend gods. There was even one mission that required him to leave the major world of the Grand Xia and head to a minor world. However, these missions were basically all ordinary Rain Dragon Guard missions that were compatible with the power he had displayed. To him, missions like these posed no danger at all. They were easily completed. On the other side, the Xia Emperor had followed his master's instructions and was prepared to spend 100 years testing Zhou Tong's patience and Dao heart. Thus, in the past 5 years, he had completely treated Zhou Tong as an ordinary Rain Dragon Guard. In the past 5 years, the oceanic amounts of karmic virtue he had accumulated had been completely exchanged for all sorts of divine abilities, secret arts, and cultivation techniques. There were even some other fiend god body refining techniques, such as the Thunder God's body, the Wind Fiend's body, the Greenwood Fiend's body, and other fiend god body refining techniques. All of this was for the sake of establishing a fiend god body refining technique that belonged solely to him in the future. The 16th layer of the Qi Ming's diagram of the 9 heavens has already been perfected. Today, I'll break through to the 17th layer. Zhou Tong glanced at the sky. There shouldn't be many more 9 heavens auroras appearing today. This was the perfect opportunity to train in the Qi Ming's diagram of the 9 heavens. He turned and returned to his estate, then sat down in the lotus position within his private room and began to circulate the Qi Ming's diagram of the 9 heavens. Rumble, rumble. Immediately, boundless Qi Ming's divine power circulated within his body. At the same time, 2 miniature stars quietly floated above Zhou Tong's head. When Zhou Tong had cultivated the Qi Ming diagram of 9 heavens to his current level, he could already manifest the projections of the 2 supreme stars, the Sun Star and the Moon Star, at will. At this moment, the Sun Star and the Moon Star were emitting a huge amount of the Sun Star and the Moon Star. After this power entered Zhou Tong's body, it quickly turned into divine power. His divine power continued to grow, becoming denser and more complete. Boom! Finally, his divine power broke through a limit, and then finally began to transform. Voila! The extremely pure Qi Ming's divine power turned into countless streams and flowed in Zhou Tong's body, making his divine body even stronger. The 17th level of the Qi Ming diagram of 9 heavens. Haha! The 17th level of the Qi Ming diagram of 9 heavens. It really is the 17th level. Within the star-seizing manner, the giant yellow bear and the others naturally watched as Zhou Tong broke through. This was the limit of what one could reach by cultivating the Qi Ming diagram of 9 heavens normally. If one continued to cultivate to the 18th level, then the Empyrean tribulation would descend at any moment. It could be said that the current Zhou Tong was already infinitely close to becoming an Empyrean god. Don't get too excited. It's only the 17th level. Let's talk about it after I break through to the 18th level. Zhou Tong entered the star-seizing manor, then gave the giant yellow bear and the others some instructions, then entered the stellar hall to meditate on the Tao. Over the past 5 years, he had often meditated on the Tao within the stellar hall. This place contained the various traces of the grand Tao, which Taoist Three Lives had painstakingly set up. There were traces of Taoist Three Lives' own Tao, as well as traces of Taoist Three Lives' friends, such as Bodhi and Three Purities. The stellar hall contained all sorts of Taos. Even a conservative estimate put it at tens of thousands of Taos. Over the past 5 years, Zhou Tong had been able to gain insights into 1 or 2 Taos on average every day. Over the past 5 years, he had already gained insights into 4,000 or 5,000 Taos. If he were to tell others about this level of grand Tao, he would be able to terrify countless Empyrean gods and true immortals. Time flowed on. In the blink of an eye, yet another 5 years had passed. On this day, Zhou Tong casually asked for a leave of absence, then left Rain Dragon Ga Peak and the imperial capital. He arrived in the air above a desolate wilderness. Boom! He had been accumulating Tao energy for a long time now, ready to break through the 17th level of the Qi Ming diagram of 9 heavens. But now he suddenly broke through the final bottleneck, stepping into the 18th level of the Qi Ming diagram of 9 heavens. This breakthrough was very straightforward. He had broken through the final bottleneck, just like that. This breakthrough instantly caused the heavenly Taos which had been circulating around him to stir. Whoosh! Soon, a wild gust of wind began to blow. Boom! 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 The wind grew stronger and stronger. Towards the end, it howled as countless wind blades transformed into countless enormous vortexes. At the center of these vortexes was none other than Zhou Tong. At the same time, in the instant that Zhou Tong's Empyrean tribulation descended, within the Skylight Palace, the Xia Emperor suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw Zhou Tong, his face changed dramatically. Empyrean tribulation. The Xia Emperor's heart trembled violently. Then, with a flicker of his body, he left the imperial capital and arrived at the location where Zhou Tong was undergoing his tribulation. He stared in astonishment at the boundless wild gale before him. Empyrean tribulation. It really is Empyrean tribulation. This aura, it's Zhou Tong. The Xia Emperor no longer had the bearing of a sovereign who controlled everything. His eyes were filled with astonishment as he stared at the blade-like wild gale. This was because his master had miscalculated. According to Qi Ming Daozu's estimation, Zhou Tong would have to be stuck at the void return stage for at least 100 years before he could break through to the Empyrean God stage. However, it had only been 10 years, and he was about to undergo the Empyrean God tribulation. What a terrifying Empyrean God tribulation. I wonder how many times stronger it is than my immortal tribulation. The Xia Emperor's eyes were filled with shock. Just this kind of heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. The power of the wind was too strong. However, at this moment, Zhou Tong did not use any tricks. He merely relied on his divine body to withstand it. The divine body cultivated from the Qi Ming diagram of 9 heavens was already considered perfect. In addition, Zhou Tong had comprehended other body-refining techniques over the years. He had already made some minor adjustments to the Qi Ming diagram of 9 heavens, causing his divine body to become even stronger. Zhou Tong stood quietly in the center of the wild gale vortexes. His heart was incomparably calm. The wind tribulation was the weakest of the heavenly tribulations. If this heavenly tribulation required him to use his full strength, then what was the point of undergoing the tribulation? Whether it was the immortal tribulation of a heavenly immortal or the Empyrean God tribulation, there were 3 tribulations. They were the wind tribulation, the fire tribulation, and the lightning tribulation. Each tribulation was stronger than the last. For Qi refinement cultivators, the heavenly tribulation was to achieve the immortal body. For fiend God body refinement cultivators, the heavenly tribulation was to achieve the Empyrean God body. The more powerful the heavenly tribulation, the more perfect the Empyrean God body could be forged. The perfect Empyrean God body was a threshold to the true God stage. If the divine body was not perfect, then it was naturally impossible to become a true God. Countless Empyrean gods were stuck at this step. Chapter 1233. Whoosh! Finally, the final formless Empyrean wind drilled into Zhou Tong's body from the top of his head, causing every part of Zhou Tong's body to tremble. But in the face of this Empyrean wind, Zhou Tong was completely unmoved. He still had some energy left over, quietly observing every change in his body. However, these changes were insignificant. They were just some local changes. Only after the lightning tribulation would there be a truly terrifying qualitative change. However, even if it was an inconspicuous local change, it was still unable to escape Zhou Tong's terrifying divine sense and heart energy. allowing him to instantly comprehend all the changes and profundities of his body. The wind tribulation has passed. He's completely unscathed. He still has a lot of room to maneuver. Not too far away, the Xia Emperor, who was quietly watching Zhou Tong undergo his tribulation, knew that the first part of the Empyrean tribulation had already passed. But Zhou Tong's relaxed appearance truly frightened the Xia Emperor. This was also the first time he knew that Zhou Tong's foundation was actually so deep. Such a terrifying wind tribulation, comparable to a complete, most powerful Empyrean tribulation, had actually been completely unable to do anything to him. The power of the wind tribulation is also rather interesting. Zhou Tong pondered, then raised his head to look at the sky. Rumble! A huge, blazing vortex of clouds began to appear in the sky. The terrifying heat spread out in an instant, especially the blazing vortex of clouds. Golden flames could be seen flowing within the vortex of clouds, spinning endlessly like a stream of water. The scorching clouds began to sink, and the surrounding temperature began to rise in a straight line. Not too far away, the Xia Emperor subconsciously retreated several hundred kilometers. Clearly, this fire tribulation was much more powerful than the wind tribulation. As the clouds descended, the surrounding temperature rapidly soared. The wasteland he had chosen to undergo his tribulation was instantly scorched black. Even many of the rocks and sand had melted, and the entire earth had sunk. This time, the Xia Emperor wasn't the only one who sensed the Empyrean tribulation. The celestial immortals and loose immortals in the distant capital all turned to look in the direction of Zhou Tong's tribulation in shock. Some of the princes immediately transformed into streaks of light and flew over. This is the fire tribulation of the heavenly deity tribulation. Many people were shocked when they got closer. Any one of the flames from the descending fire clouds was enough to kill a celestial immortal. Ah, your majesty! After recovering from their shock, many people saw Emperor Xia, who was not far away. Greetings, your majesty. May I ask who the person undergoing the tribulation is? A prince asked after bowing. You should all know who he is. Zhou Tong. The Xia Emperor stared at the fire clouds, his voice calm. At this moment, the others finally came to a realization. The fiend god who had just entered the return to void stage 10 years ago was actually undergoing the heavenly god tribulation now. What kind of monstrous cultivation speed was this? Heavenly deity tribulation. This is a very rare thing. Look carefully. The Xia Emperor finally said. The others didn't dare to say anything. They all carefully observed the heavenly deity tribulation. At this moment, Zhou Tong stood in the void, looking at the blazing clouds. He suddenly laughed. A fiery phoenix? To me, this tribulation is a tonic. Screech! With a wild cry, Zhou Tong quickly transformed into his true phoenix form. His terrifying divine body, tens of thousands of feet long, charged into the clouds, opening his mouth to devour the scorching flames of the heavenly deity tribulation. The second tribulation, the heavenly deity tribulation. The power of the flames increased from weak to strong. At first, they were only ordinary flames, but in an instant, they rose to the level of true fire. All kinds of true fire descended at the same time, incessantly burning Zhou Tong's phoenix body. Towards the end, even true fire of the sun appeared. But Zhou Tong didn't care at all. He devoured the flames in large mouthfuls. By the time the clouds had completely dissipated, Zhou Tong had already transformed into a phoenix bathed in flames. A ball of scorching flames burned within his body. Even a phoenix cannot devour the final heavenly deity flame. This type of flame is operated by the heavenly Tao and is specifically used to test the divine body. It cannot be defended against, nor can it be extinguished. It can only be endured by the divine body. It is very similar to the heavenly immortal flames of us Qi refiners, but countless times more powerful. The Xia Emperor explained to the celestial immortals. This heavenly deity tribulation probably won't be able to harm him in the slightest. After all, He is a phoenix. If he were to be burned to death by the flames, it would be a laughingstock of the three realms. The Xia Emperor added. As expected, the flames dissipated as well. Zhou Tong transformed back into his human form, completely unharmed. Flames. So that's what it is. So this is heavenly deity flame. Countless thoughts flashed through Zhou Tong's mind. As the heavenly deity flame burned his divine body, he focused wholeheartedly on sensing the changes in his body. During this process, the mysteries of the heavenly deity flame were slowly revealed. The tribulation that Zhou Tong himself valued the most was the heavenly deity tribulation. This was because he wanted to create his own fiend god body refining technique, and his technique would definitely be the fire attribute. Carefully comprehending the heavenly deity flame would definitely give him many insights, making it easier for him to create his own technique. By now, the sky had silently darkened. An oppressive pressure enveloped the world. The celestial immortals who were watching the tribulation retreated by 100 kilometers, leaving the area of pressure of the heavenly deity tribulation. But after retreating, they were all shocked. The power of the heavenly deity tribulation was a bit too terrifying. What a terrifying heavenly deity tribulation. The tribulation lightning hasn't even descended yet. Just the edge of the tribulation lightning's pressure is enough to make me unable to fly. I've been a celestial immortal for over 1,000,000 years, but I can't even withstand the pressure of the tribulation lightning's edge. That pressure almost caused my celestial immortal body to collapse. And in the central region, just how terrifying is the pressure? Heavenly deities truly are far superior to celestial immortals. Many celestial immortals were incomparably shocked. Even the Xia Emperor's eyes carried a hint of envy. He himself was a key refiner and had even reached the true immortal level, which was comparable to heavenly deities. But that didn't mean that he didn't envy the power of heavenly deities. The body of a heavenly deity was capable of turning the heavens and the earth upside down with a wave of their hand. This sort of divine might was the most terrifying. Given the power of his wind tribulation and fire tribulation, 81 tribulation lightning is normal. I wonder what his first tribulation lightning will be like. The Xia Emperor was somewhat curious. 81 tribulation lightning was certain, but the power of each tribulation lightning differed from person to person. Some monstrous geniuses' 81 tribulation lightning were extremely powerful, but others were weaker. With the passage of time, the sky had already turned pitch black. Endless dark clouds shrouded countless regions, and the pressure was incomparably frightening. Strands of lightning flashed in the dark clouds. Zhou Tong silently looked at the sky. His hands were empty, and he didn't take out any magic treasures or weapons. Chapter 1234. Rumble. The terrifying tribulation thunder covered the sky and covered the sun. Within the endless clouds, there were countless purple lightning snakes swimming. Then, these purple snakes began to spin and finally joined together. Everything that could be seen with the naked eye was purple. Instead of calling this lightning tribulation a dark cloud, it would be better to call it a purple cloud. How could the heavenly god tribulation be like this? Suddenly, a celestial immortal exclaimed, "That's right. According to the legends, the heavenly god tribulation should be formed when two black clouds gradually converge. Even a 99 thunder tribulation should be like this." Another celestial immortal said with a serious expression. Following the voices of these two celestial immortals, everyone present was shocked. Did the heavenly tribulation mutate? There's only one possibility, and that is that Zhou Tong's foundation is deeper than we thought. He's too powerful and caused the heavenly god tribulation to mutate. Finally, the emperor of the great Xia dynasty said, "Too powerful?" For a moment, everyone could not help but feel defeated. They had all cultivated for tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years, but they could not compare to this person who had cultivated for less than 20 years. At this moment, They felt that they had lived their lives in vain. Rumble. The thunder was deafening. A vortex appeared in the sky above Jotong. A large amount of purple light was sucked in, as if the entire tribulation cloud was condensed into the vortex. The originally boundless black clouds began to shrink rapidly. At the same time, the vortex turned into a mass of chaos. The tribulation cloud and pressure disappeared, but everyone knew that this mass of chaos that had condensed the entire tribulation cloud was even more powerful. Rumble. The vortex rolled, and the purple light was completely condensed. In the later stages, even wisps of white light appeared. The white light became denser and denser, gradually forcing the purple light away and taking over the dominant position. Rumble. Finally, a bolt of purplish-white lightning struck down from the chaotic vortex. This bolt of lightning didn't have the slightest bit of ferocious and overbearing aura. It only had a type of brilliant heavenly might and brilliant momentum, causing one to feel as if one was facing a supreme emperor and unconsciously lower one's head. The moment this bolt of lightning appeared, the emperor of the great Xia dynasty was shocked. This was because when he underwent the heavenly immortal tribulation, the last bolt of lightning was like this. Within the white lightning, there were traces of purple light. The most powerful thunderbolt of my celestial immortal tribulation was just the beginning for him. The emperor of the great Xia dynasty increasingly felt that the scene before him was somewhat terrifying. If he had undergone such a lightning tribulation back then, he would have been gone. At this moment, beneath the chaotic vortex, Jotong did not use any means to block it. There was no need for him to do so for the first bolt of lightning. He allowed the bolt of lightning to strike his body and then disperse. Wisps of lightning danced all over his body. This kind of lightning is quite strong. Jotong thought to himself as he carefully sensed the changes that the lightning brought to his body. This thunderbolt was enough to shake his divine body a little. At the same time, he felt that his divine body had taken a small step forward. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of heavenly lightning struck down one after another, and their power grew stronger and stronger. By the time the sixth bolt of lightning struck down, the lightning tribulation was already pure white and even carried a holy aura. By the time the ninth bolt of lightning struck down, the lightning tribulation had already carried a trace of gold. That trace of gold was much more terrifying than the previous white. Some of the weaker onlookers did not dare to look directly at the lightning. Especially that trace of gold made them feel as if they were facing the heavenly Tao. However, Jotong still did not move. He stood firmly in the void and bathed in the lightning. His entire body was numb, as if someone was giving him a massage. It was very comfortable. At the same time, he carefully sensed every change in his divine body. Every bolt of lightning that struck would make his divine body more complete and stronger. The 36th bolt of lightning, the 48th bolt of lightning, the 57th bolt of lightning, the power of the heavenly lightning was increasing, and it was becoming more and more violent and powerful. How did he forge his divine body? It's not the first time I've seen a heavenly god tribulation. Even the strongest East Break's 81st bolt of lightning is only equivalent to his 54th bolt of lightning. Isn't he a little too strong? The emperor of the great Xia dynasty was shocked. Who was East Break? He was a powerful archer who was famous throughout the three realms. He was one of the strongest archers besides Ho-E. Such a person was an existence that could change an entire battlefield. However, such a person's heavenly god tribulation could not compare to this junior who had cultivated for less than 20 years. Boom! The heavenly lightning surged. After the 8th bolt of lightning, the vortex in the sky had completely turned pure gold. There was no longer any trace of white. Pure gold lightning was being nurtured. This pure gold lightning was extremely masculine and strong. It was as sharp as a sword. Some of the weaker onlookers were bleeding from their eyes just by looking at this lightning. Once this lightning appeared, it made people tremble in fear. Pure yang golden lightning. There's no mistake. It's the pure yang golden lightning. The emperor of the great Xia dynasty roared in his heart. The pure yang golden lightning was the strongest lightning of the legendary heavenly god tribulation. As long as one could survive the pure yang golden lightning, their heavenly god body would reach a perfect state. It could be said that as long as one could survive the pure yang golden lightning, then after successfully surviving the tribulation, one would be a peak heavenly god, infinitely close to a true god. The legendary pure yang golden lightning. Why is it like this? This is only the 73rd bolt of lightning. The emperor of the great Xia dynasty was even more shocked. There were still 9 bolts of lightning. Now that the pure yang golden lightning had appeared, what would the 9th bolt of lightning appear? Pure yang golden lightning. At this moment, Zhou Tong did not dare to be arrogant. He grabbed with his left hand, and the tribulation fire divine, Bao, appeared in his palm. Then he pulled the bowstring, and a scorching flame arrow appeared on the bowstring. The arrow was completely red, but there was a thick black color on the tip of the arrow. Zhou Tong had already used the power of his arrow. Then he loosened his right hand, bang. The terrifying arrow collided head-on with the pure yang golden lightning. With a rumbling sound, the arrow shattered and turned into a rain of fire. However, the pure yang golden lightning only trembled slightly before it shattered completely as well. However, after the shattering of the lightning, it still turned into dozens of lightning bolts and landed on Zhou Tong's body. Puff, puff, puff. Wounds so deep that bones could be seen appeared on Zhou Tong's body. Streams of blood spurted out. Since the tribulation, this was the first time he had been injured. However, at the same time, he also felt a sense of perfection. Just a single bolt of lightning was enough to complete his divine body. Chapter 1235. Now, I already have a perfect divine body. What are the next 8 thunderbolts? Zhou Tong looked at the sky with a hint of surprise in his eyes. At this moment, not only was Zhou Tong surprised, Emperor Xia, who was watching from the side, was even more shocked. Pure yang golden lightning. That was the legendary pure yang golden lightning. As long as one could withstand such a thunderbolt, he would immediately become a perfect divine body. For a divine god to break through to become a true god, the first condition was to have a perfect divine body. A perfect divine body, regardless of whether it was strength, speed, divine power, recovery, or many other aspects, would all reach the pinnacle of a divine god. If the pure yang golden lightning did not appear during the divine tribulation, then one would have to rely on an extremely long time to cultivate the divine body bit by bit to such a level. It could be said that in the entire 3 realms, 99% of the divine gods were stuck at the threshold of a perfect divine body, which was why they could not break through to the true god realm. However, after passing the pure yang golden lightning, one would definitely have a perfect divine body. The biggest and most difficult hurdle to become a true god would be broken through directly. At this moment, in Emperor Xia's eyes, Zhou Tong was no longer a divine god who was on the same level as him. Instead, he was a cultivator who was at a higher level than him. This was because it was very likely that he would become a true god in an extremely short period of time and be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with many Daozu. But 73 thunderbolts are already pure yang golden lightning. What are the next 8 thunderbolts? Could it be that he is going to create an unprecedented legend? Emperor Xia looked at the chaotic vortex above Zhou Tong's head. Now, instead of calling the chaotic vortex chaos, it would be more accurate to call it a completely golden vortex. It was completely filled with the most yang thunderbolts. Boom! Finally, the 74th thunderbolt descended. The golden thunderbolt bombarded Zhou Tong's body like a flame. No matter how he pulled the bow, he could not block it. This thunderbolt had completely locked onto his body and soul, as if it had crossed through the void and descended upon him. However, to Zhou Tong's surprise, when this thunderbolt struck his body, he did not feel the slightest bit of pain. It was as if he was being massaged, and his whole body felt comfortable. However, it did not take long for the second lightning bolt to descend, causing Zhou Tong's body to feel even more comfortable. Almost subconsciously, he transformed back into his true phoenix form and used his true form to withstand the bombardment of the lightning. What's going on? These divine imprints. Suddenly, Zhou Tong was stunned. He discovered that a mysterious divine imprint had started to appear all over his body. These divine patterns covered his entire body, whether it was his bones, organs, muscles, blood vessels, feathers, claws, or even his divine soul. They were all covered in divine patterns. These divine imprints were extremely profound. Zhou Tong inspected them and discovered that the streaks of lightning seemed to be a kind of stimulation that stimulated his body to undergo a transformation. It stimulated his body to slowly activate the energy that belonged to him. At this moment, he finally understood the origin of this divine imprint. At the same time, he also understood what was behind the pure, young golden light lightning. So that's how it is. It turns out that I can be considered to have truly perfected the phoenix body. Before this, I could only be considered as a premature baby. Zhou Tong understood in his heart. These divine imprints on his body looked somewhat similar to the runes of the immortal phoenix treasure technique, but they were also completely different. They were closer to the divine imprints of this world, such as the divine imprints of the star-picking hand on Zhou Tong's hand. Although I was born before, no matter the environment or anything else, it was not a perfect environment for a race like the Phoenix. With my background, if the environment was really suitable, I would have been at least a true god when I was born, or even a Zhu Shun, Zhou Tong said quietly in his heart. It was precisely because the environment when he was born was too poor that he was in such a situation. He needed to slowly level up. If the conditions were suitable, he would definitely have reached a higher level the moment he was born. However, the existence of the heavenly god tribulation was making up for his shortcomings bit by bit. Especially the last 8 thunder tribulations. It further stimulated his body, causing his body to truly reveal the true power of the Phoenix bloodline. This type of divine rune is very similar to a divine ability. It's even more similar to the divine rune that I wanted to create for myself, the star-seizing hand divine ability. The more Zhou Tong studied this type of divine rune, the more he understood. This thing was a bit similar to the number 1 divine imprint of the 3 realms, the 8-9 mysterious art. The 8-9 mysterious art could also be called the 9 revolutions mysterious art or the 72 transformations. This divine imprint was a method to further cultivate the body of the godly demon. As long as one cultivated the foundation of this divine imprint, they could transform into anything in the world. Therefore, this divine imprint was also called the 72 transformations. Of course, this so-called 72 transformations did not really mean that there were only 72 kinds of transformations. The 72 was just an imaginary number, the number of 8-9. Because this divine imprint was incomplete, only the part below the real God level. It was called 8-9 and not the extreme number of 9-9. Cultivating this divine imprint could completely make one's divine body like the most terrifying magic treasure, reaching the level of indestructible Vajra. When cultivated to the extreme, one's body could even be slashed by a pure young magic treasure or even an innate spirit treasure without any damage. And now, the divine imprints on Zhou Tong's body were actually somewhat similar to this divine imprint. It was a divine imprint that belonged to him alone. After the immortal phoenix treasure technique came to this world, it was transformed into an innate divine imprint. Boom! The lightning continued to strike down, and each strike was stronger than the last. With every strike of lightning, Zhou Tong could feel that the divine imprints on his body were several times more complicated. Naturally, the power was also several times more powerful. The 8-9 arcane art focuses on the toughness of the divine body, just like a magic treasure. But this divine imprint of mine focuses on the vitality of the divine body, just like a phoenix, continuously undergoing nirvana and rebirth. As long as my divine power is still there, I am an existence that cannot be killed. No, even if my divine power is gone, this divine imprint of mine can automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to recover. Zhou Tong gradually understood the power of this divine imprint in his heart. This divine imprint also had a part of refining the body, but the part of refining the body was not too strong. But the truly powerful part was the vitality. Once cultivated this divine imprint, one's vitality would be dozens or even hundreds of times more than a heaven god of the same level. This divine imprint could be said to be the #1 life-saving divine imprint in the 3 realms. Boom! Finally, the last strike of lightning struck down. The divine imprints on Zhou Tong's body were even more complicated, truly reaching an unprecedented level. At this moment, the golden vortex in the sky also transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly merging into Zhou Tong's body. Boom! In an instant, Zhou Tong's entire body was set ablaze. That enormous body of the phoenix transformed into a sun, burning fiercely. In the end, it was completely charred black, like a roasted chicken that had been completely roasted. He failed. Is he dead? Everyone stared at the scene before them in astonishment. The last wave of lightning had not been able to do anything to him, but he had suddenly perished? Perished? That's impossible. This power should be the power of a phoenix's nirvana. But this nirvana is even more thorough than the phoenix's nirvana that I know of. The most knowledgeable of them all, the Summer Emperor, exclaimed in amazement. Soon, the cry of a phoenix could be heard from within the charblack. Immediately after, a scarlet light broke through the charred skin and soared into the sky. Zhou Tong's body broke through the darkness and reappeared in front of everyone. Chapter 12:36. It is indeed the nirvana of a phoenix, but his nirvana is too exaggerated. The great Xia Emperor looked at Zhou Tong, who had reappeared in front of everyone. He knew that Zhou Tong had already passed the lightning tribulation. Next, he only needed to pass the final inner demon tribulation, and the most terrifying god of the 3 realms would appear. But he is so young. Can he really pass the inner demon tribulation? The great Xia Emperor had some doubts. The inner demon tribulation wasn't something that could be passed just because you were strong. If you were strong but had a weak Tao heart, then it would be difficult to pass the inner demon tribulation. If you were strong but had a strong Tao heart, then it would still be difficult to pass the inner demon tribulation. Although he has heart force, I feel that he hasn't reached the 4th realm. Even a 4th realm heart force can't be truly immune to the power of the inner demon tribulation. Even if he is at the 3rd realm, it is still far from enough. The great Xia Emperor looked carefully at Zhou Tong. At this moment, Zhou Tong was standing quietly in the void. However, his mind was completely immersed in the inner demon world. This is Tao. Zhou Tong felt that he was in a special world. He could see the most profound, great Tao of the 3 realms in all directions. However, every time he wanted to pursue and touch them, those Taos would disperse. However, in the process of dispersing, a supreme aura of the great Tao surged into his heart, causing him to feel small and insignificant. The inner demon world was an extremely special world. It didn't exist in reality. It only existed in the depths of everyone's heart. It was an illusory world, so it was impossible to comprehend Tao. Therefore, it was impossible for Zhou Tong to comprehend Tao. In the inner demon world, the only thing that could be done was to temper one's Tao heart and heart force. However, Zhou Tong's Tao heart didn't need such tempering. It could even be said that this level of inner demon tribulation couldn't temper it at all. As for his heart force, it had already reached the peak of the 3rd realm. If it continued to grow, it would only reach the 4th realm. However, the 4th realm required special comprehension. In the surroundings, the supreme grand Tao still silently circulated around him, tempting him to sink into it. There were even many voices around him that told him that he would be able to comprehend the supreme Grand Tao as long as he sank into it. However, with Zhou third level heart force, he was his own master. How could he possibly sink into such an inner demon tribulation? So that's how it is. Is this my inner demon tribulation? However, it's a pity that a mental demon tribulation of this level and a great Tao of this level won't allow me to immerse myself in it. Zhou found it a pity. The inner demon tribulation of the three dimensions was still too weak in the end. It was unable to make him feel tiny, and it was unable to allow him to truly comprehend the profundities of the fourth level of heart energy, mortal dust. At this moment, everyone in the outside world could clearly see that Zhou, who was immersed in the inner demon tribulation, suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! As soon as he opened his eyes, the world changed color. Rays of light illuminated the world, and golden lotuses emerged from the ground. This was the sign of a cultivator passing the heavenly tribulation and becoming a heavenly god. Rumble, accompanied by a series of rumbles, an incomparably enormous solar star and lunar star appeared above Zhou head at the same time. The surging power of the solar star and lunar star surged into Zhou body like rivers flowing into the sea, causing his divine power to increase by another level. When all the phenomena of heaven and earth dissipated, Zhou divine body naturally exuded the terrifying pressure of a heavenly god. Moreover, this kind of pressure was the most supreme even among heavenly gods. This was because after experiencing the pure, yang, golden light tribulation, his divine body had reached the level of perfection. He was a peak heavenly god. The pure, yang, golden light tribulation is indeed powerful. Now that my divine body is perfect, I've even passed the heavenly god scroll of the Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens. There's no need to cultivate it anymore. Zhou quietly inspected his divine body and thought to himself. The third scroll of the Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens was the heavenly god scroll. The contents of this scroll were all about how to create a perfect divine body. After all, even if one broke through to the heavenly god realm using the Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens, one might not necessarily be able to draw out the pure yang golden light lightning and obtain a perfect divine body. In fact, the cultivation of a heavenly god basically revolved around the perfect divine body. However, Zhou pure yang golden light tribulation allowed him to skip the step of the perfect divine body. The next step was the fourth scroll of the Qi Ming's diagram of the nine heavens, the true God scroll. Fellow Taoist, congratulations on successfully passing the tribulation. Another incredible heavenly god has appeared in the three realms. The Xia Emperor immediately flew over and congratulated Zhou. At the same time, the other heavenly immortals also hurried over to congratulate him. These heavenly immortals were all very humble, because they knew exactly who they were facing. This was an Empyrean god who could annihilate them with a single breath. Zhou nodded slightly, then turned to look at the Xia Emperor. Since I've successfully overcome the tribulation, I might as well give myself a new Taoist name. After muttering to himself for a while, he glanced at the tribulation flame Godbow in his hands. From today onwards, I shall be known as the Empyrean God of Tribulation Flame. He truly hadn't put much thought into this name. He had just casually named it after the weapon in his hands. However, after the name Tribulation Fire came out, the Xia Emperor and the others also understood in their hearts that Zhou walked the Tao of Fire. Moreover, in the future, he would definitely walk the path of a divine archer with the Tao of Fire. The Xia Emperor laughed as well. Fellow Taoist, since you have already become an Empyrean god, you will naturally be separated from the Rain Dragon Guard. From today onwards, you and I will be on equal terms. He knew how to conduct himself. First, he congratulated Zhou, then offered to remove Zhou from his position and allow him to be on equal terms with him. These 2 points caused the Xia Emperor to have a good impression of him. Zhou nodded once more, saying, Shimeng, By relying on your rain dragon guard to train, I have indeed been able to live a very convenient and beneficial life. I owe you a favor for this matter. In the future, if you need anything, as long as it is within my abilities, I will definitely not refuse. The name of the Grand Xia Emperor was Xiamong's son. Virtually all Empyrean gods and true immortals referred to him as Xiamong. Now that Zhou Tong had overcome the Empyrean god tribulation, he naturally referred to him as Xiamong as well. Although this could be considered a fair trade amongst the Rain Dragon Guard, where he had completed a mission and used karmic virtue to exchange for resources, Zhou Tong himself knew very well just how much he had benefited from this trade. Indeed, as soon as these words came out, the Xia Emperor was immediately overjoyed. Fellow Taoist Tribulation Flame, you have trained to the Empyrean God level using the diagram of the 9 heavens of Qi Ming, and now you have even used the pure Yang Gold Light Lightning to form a perfect Empyrean God body. You're only a step away from becoming a true God. You shouldn't have the final scroll of the diagram of the 9 heavens in your possession, right? Zhou Tong nodded, then looked towards Xiamong's son. Can it be that you have the final scroll? The Xia Emperor continued to laugh. Actually, I don't have the final scroll either. I am only a true immortal as a key refiner, and my fiend god body refining abilities are too weak. I don't even have the right to train in the 3rd scroll. How could I possibly have a right to ask Master for the 4th scroll of the Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens? Oh, right, I forgot to tell you something. The diagram of the 9 heavens of Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens you train in is a body refining technique created by my master, Qi Ming Daozu. The 4th scroll you need is in Master's possession. Once I've informed Master, I'll take you to see him. How about it? After a short pause, the Xia Emperor continued. I trust that after Master learns that you have successfully overcome your tribulation and become a peak Empyrean God, he will definitely be very happy to see you. Then many thanks, fellow Taoist Xiamong, Zhou Tong said. Chapter 12:37. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with the Xia Emperor and the others, everyone quickly left. Zhou Tong quickly found a random place to land, then quickly entered the star-seizing manor. At this moment, the giant yellow bear appeared out of nowhere, unable to contain his excitement. He looked at Zhou Tong, his eyes filled with excitement. Then, he respectfully knelt down and said, "Greetings, Manor Lord." Zhou Tong nodded. "Rise. Now is the time for you to reveal the secrets of this cave to me, right? Of course. You are the Manor Lord. Everything within the star-seizing manor is under your control." The giant yellow bear hurriedly nodded. Although Zhou Tong had known about it long ago, this was the first time the giant yellow bear had told him the name of this cave. Right at this moment, the space within the cave rippled, and 7 Empyrean gods appeared in front of Zhou Tong. This is Empyrean God 9 Fangs. The giant yellow bear pointed at a bald old man. The old man smiled at Zhou Tong, then lowered his head and said, "Manor Lord." Zhou Tong nodded. Then the giant yellow bear pointed at a woman next to him and said, "This is Empyrean Goddess Snow Scorpion. Greetings, Manor Lord." Empyrean Goddess Snow Scorpion beamed at Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong nodded again, indicating that he understood. Then the giant yellow bear pointed at a nearby, seemingly harmless youth and said, "This is Empyrean God Dove Serpent." Zhou Tong's gaze paused on him for a moment. Dove serpents were primordial divine beasts, true venomous divine beasts. Next, the giant yellow bear pointed at 2 tall, muscular men. One of them had red skin and looked incomparably violent, while the other had black skin and looked rather sinister. The giant yellow bear said, "These are a pair of fiend gods that were born during the primordial era. They are twins. One was born within the ardent sun True Fire, while the other was born within the ardent moon True Water. They are called Empyrean God Ardent Sun and Empyrean God Ardent Moon." Manor Lord. The 2 muscular men simultaneously looked toward Zhou Tong. After seeing the 2 gods, the yellow bear pointed at a child wearing a collar and said, "This is the first to follow Master." He's also Master's adopted son. His name is Primordial Light God. The child looked at Zhou Tong and said, "Back then, I also wanted to learn the star plucking hand. Unfortunately, my cultivation level was too high back then, and I couldn't even get started. Now that my father's star plucking hand is in your hands, I hope you can bring this mystique to greater heights." Zhou Tong looked at the child and hesitated. His cultivation level was too high to enter the sect? Since when did the star-picking hand have such conditions for cultivation? Taoist Three Lives had only created this divine ability when he had reached an extremely high level of insight into the Tao. Logically speaking, he should be able to train in it at will. Unless he had some kind of divine ability that clashed with the star-plucking hand. The giant yellow bear ignored Zhou Tong's guesses. Instead, he continued to introduce the final person to Zhou Tong. Empyrean God Reds now. You already know him. He is the most powerful and valiant Empyrean God under Master's command. Amongst the many Empyrean gods and true immortals, there are very few who are more powerful than him. In addition, he's just one step away from becoming a true god. The giant yellow bear had an extremely high opinion of Empyrean God Reds now. That step isn't so easily taken. Empyrean God Reds now shook his head. He didn't want to discuss this topic any further. Manor Lord, last time I saw you, I was rather worried that you wouldn't be able to convince the others. However, in the past few years, we've all seen your performance. Everyone is convinced. Empyrean God Reds now felt some admiration as well. Given your power and your insights into the Grand Tao, if you can acquire the final scroll of the diagram of the 9 heavens of Qi Ming, you'll quickly become a figure on the same level as true God Daozu. Our star-seizing manor will soon be able to roam the 3 realms once more. Haha, not bad. When the God King gave the order, countless fiend gods fell to their knees. Haha, just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Back then, I hadn't even become an Empyrean god yet. The bald Empyrean god, Nine Fangs, laughed. The other Empyrean gods all revealed blazing looks in their eyes as they stared eagerly at Zhou Tong. They had been cooped up in the star-seizing manor for countless years. They had long since wanted to go out and take a stroll. Zhou Tong shook his head. I don't like to fight for hegemony over the 3 realms. Thus, the hot-blooded battle that you all are anticipating probably won't happen. He was different from Taoist Three Lives. Taoist Three Lives liked to fight for hegemony over the world. He was a peerlessly dominating figure. Zhou Tong, however, was more inclined towards increasing his personal power. In addition, given Zhou Tong's rate of growth, there was no way these Empyrean gods would be able to keep up with him. Right now, all he had done was take over the star-seizing manor. There was no need for him to fight for hegemony over the world like Taoist Three Lives had. In fact, as far as Zhou Tong was concerned, fighting for hegemony over the world was a true waste of time. Wouldn't it be better to use this time to experience the grand Taos and the cultivation system of this world? Zhou Tong looked at these Empyrean gods, secretly shaking his head. All of them were far too battle-hungry, which was why they had neglected their cultivation. This was why they had been unable to break through from the Empyrean god level and become a true god. You are the Manor Lord. We will follow your orders, Empyrean Goddess Snow Scorpion said with a smile. Right at this moment, the giant yellow bear said, Our star-seizing manor isn't just a manor. The old master spent an enormous amount of effort to create this manor magic treasure. In fact, Goddess Nuwa had even established a vast major world within this manor. This major world is known as the star-seizing major world. Manor Lord, please follow me. As the giant yellow bear spoke, he led everyone into the star-seizing major world. This is the star-seizing major world, and also the foundation of the star-seizing manor, the giant yellow bear said. Zhou Tong nodded slightly, then instantly spread out his divine sense. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire star-seizing major world. Manor Lord, your divine sense is so powerful. It instantly covered the entire star-seizing major world. Empyrean Goddess Snow Scorpion called out in shock. The others nearby were rather surprised as well, but they all knew how astonishing Zhou Tong's rate of improvement was. Thus, they were only slightly surprised, then took it for granted. For him to improve at such a rate, wasn't that to be expected? A short while later, Zhou Tong nodded. 16,000 celestial immortals, 5 million loose immortals, and more than 100,000 void-level fiend gods. They are roughly on par with the Grand Xia. As a former member of the Rain Dragon Guard, Zhou Tong knew exactly how powerful the Grand Xia was. Empyrean God Reds now shook his head. These void-level fiend gods have all existed since the primordial era. After countless years, only Nine Fangs made his breakthrough. The others haven't made any breakthroughs at all. As for those celestial immortals, not even a single pure young, true immortal has appeared. Zhou Tong nodded, indicating that he understood. Battles were indeed the best way to break through. The star-seizing manor was cut off from the rest of the world. Even if they did battle, it would just be sparring between their own people. They lacked the resolve to fight with their lives on the line, and so naturally, they weren't as effective as actual battles. Thus, over the course of countless years, they hadn't engaged in many battles. In the future, it'll be good to let these celestial immortals and fiend gods go out and temper themselves. Zhou Tong said casually. Thank you, Manor Lord. The other Empyrean gods all revealed looks of delight. Chapter 1238. After taking a look at the Starsizer world, the giant yellow bear brought Zhou Tong to a secret room that Taoist Three Lives had left behind. This secret room was extremely well hidden. No one knew what was inside, and there were extremely powerful seals on it. Only the fifth cycle of the star-seizing hand could break through them. At present, Zhou Tong's star-seizing hand was only at the fourth cycle. He had yet to meet the requirements to open it. The star-seizing hand requires far too much five elements essence. I wonder when you'll be able to gather it all. The giant yellow bear was rather disappointed as well. He sighed and said, although you're already an Empyrean god and possess the Starsizer major world, things like essence of the five elements are truly hard to come by. Even a Tao Father would find it hard to gather enough essence of the five elements to train in the fifth cycle of the star-seizing hand. Don't overthink it. Although five elements essence is hard to come by, the three realms are about to descend into chaos again. What's there to worry about not being able to gather enough? Zhou Tong said leisurely. But before that, I'd better go see Qi Ming Daozu first. The three realms are about to descend into chaos again, right? Let's go see Qi Ming Daozu first and get the final scroll of the diagram of the nine heavens of Qi Ming. The giant yellow bear was startled at first, but then he nodded in agreement with Zhou Tong's opinion. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Xiamong Sun's primal twin found Zhou Tong. Fellow Taoist Tribulation Flame, Master invites you. Please follow me. Xiamong Sun went straight to the point. Zhou Tong nodded, then followed Xiamong Sun's primal twin to the peak of Rain Dragon God Mountain. There was a teleportation array there that wasn't too large. It was only 10 meters in diameter, but it was far more complex than the enormous teleportation arrays halfway up the mountain. This is the teleportation array that leads to Master's Tao Right Temple. Xiamong Sun gave an introduction, then stepped into the teleportation array with Zhou Tong. With a flash of light, the two of them disappeared from the Grand Xia. The teleportation array moved quickly, and Zhou Tong felt his surroundings changing. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived atop a massive mountain. The place where the two of them were at was incomparably spacious. As far as the eye could see, the ground floor could be seen at a glance. There was no doubt that this was a huge mountain, and they could clearly see the many palaces on the mountain peak. Behind the two of them was a solitary peak that was 1,000 meters tall. This is Master's Dojo. We came here through a teleportation formation, so we went straight to the top of the mountain. The palaces below are basically the residences of my senior brothers and some nominal disciples. The only place higher than this is Master's Place. As he spoke, Shamong Sun glanced at the mountain peak behind him, then laughed. Grand Xia didn't have such a big mountain. Even in Shrouding Heaven World, he didn't see such a big mountain. For a time, Zhou Tong also looked around curiously. This entire mountain is a magic treasure. It is far more powerful than my divine mount Rain Dragon and Skylight Palace. Shamong Sun saw that Zhou Tong seemed to be curious about the mountain peak and immediately laughed. But Master is waiting for you up there. Let's talk as we walk. This is Master's dojo. From here on out, flying is not allowed. Shamong Sun added. Zhou Tong nodded and followed Shamong Sun to the top of the mountain. There were no palaces at the top of the mountain, only the most ordinary and ordinary things. A green-haired old man sat cross-legged on a large boulder. Beside the boulder was an old pine tree. Master, Empyrean God Zhou Tong has arrived. Shamong Sun said. Qi Ming Daozu opened his eyes and looked at Zhou Tong, then said to Shamong Sun, You go back first. Zhou Tong can stay. Yes, disciple will take his leave. Shamong Sun respectfully withdrew. At this moment, only Zhou Tong and Qi Ming Daozu were left at the top of the mountain. Neither of them said anything. Dao Father Crimson Bright just stared quietly at Zhou Tong, while Zhou Tong's gaze was similarly calm as he stared quietly back at Dao Father Crimson Bright. After a long while, Qi Ming Daozu laughed. Good temperament, good courage. You are so young, but this is your first time meeting Daozu, and yet you are not nervous at all. Your heart is as calm as still water. This is unlike those cultivators who cultivate the Tao of fire. Cultivators that cultivated in the Tao of fire were mostly people whose nature was like raging fire, passionate and surging. There were very few cultivators like Zhou Tong who couldn't see anything on the surface. To be able to cultivate my diagram of Qi Ming's 9 heavens to the Empyrean God realm in 20 years, you are truly amazing. Qi Ming Daozu continued. When Shamong first reported to me, I thought that you would be stuck at the Return of Void realm for at least 100 years. I had wanted to spend 100 years polishing your temperament and Tao heart. Who would have thought that in just 10 years, you would be able to cultivate to such a level? Pure young golden lightning, a perfect divine body. You are far, far ahead of the other Empyrean gods. It won't be difficult for you to break through to the true God realm in the future. Qi Ming Daozu praised. Daozu, you praise me too much. It was just a coincidence. Zhou Tong said. You don't have to be so humble. How can there be such a thing as coincidence in the Tao of cultivation? You were able to become a peak Empyrean God in less than 20 years. This has never happened since the primordial era. In terms of cultivation speed, you could be ranked number 1. Qi Ming Daozu smiled. You've already reached such a level. If I were to ask you to take me on as a disciple, it would seem as though I'm stingy and trying to take advantage of you. I can give you the final scroll of the diagram of Qi Ming's 9 heavens. In fact, I can even give you the second half of the Torch Dragon's Eye that you acquired from Shamong. Qi Ming Daozu was silent for a moment, then looked towards Zhou Tong. All I want is for you to swear an oath to the Tao of the heavens and promise me one thing. What is it? Zhou Tong asked. Qi Ming Daozu said, You have only trained for a short period of time. Perhaps you don't yet know that the 3 realms are currently in turmoil. Before you were born, the 6 paths of reincarnation were attacked and destroyed. The future will definitely be filled with many troubles. As he spoke, Qi Ming Daozu gave Zhou Tong a rough summary of what had happened. But of course, he only told Zhou Tong what the Empyrean gods and true immortals knew. As for what the true God Daozu knew, he didn't tell Zhou Tong about it. After explaining the general situation to Dao Father Crimson Bright, Dao Father Crimson Bright said, So long as you swear an oath that if a war breaks out, you will stand by my side, then I can give you all of the things you lack right now. Based on what I know, upon reaching the true God or Daozu level, the backlash from an oath to the Tao of the heavens is extremely hard to deal with. Aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word? Zhou Tong looked towards Qi Ming Daozu. Oaths to the Tao of the heavens were binding to anyone below the world god or chaos immortal level. However, upon reaching the true God Daozu level of power, one would be able to withstand the backlash from an oath to the Tao of the heavens. All one would need to do was pay a certain price. You can withstand the backlash from an oath to the Tao of the heavens, but can you truly deceive your own heart? Do you really think that breaking an oath won't require you to pay any price at all? You walk the path of the Tao of fire, not the Tao of deception or the Tao of theft. If you truly don't care about your Tao heart and break an oath, there's nothing I can do about it. Qi Ming Daozu said, the more talented a cultivator is, the more they value their words and actions. Words and actions become one. If you are willing to stain your own flawless Tao heart and ruin your own future, then there's nothing more to be said. Zhou Tong was startled. He hadn't expected Qi Ming Daozu to say something like this. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. If he hadn't trained in the Tao of fire, but rather in the Tao of poison or the Tao of illusions, Qi Ming Daozu probably wouldn't have been so easy to talk to. Thank you for your advice, Daozu. I'm willing to make an oath. Zhou Tong didn't say much and immediately made an oath. After making the oath, Qi Ming Daozu nodded. Then, he took out 2 jade slips and handed them to Zhou Tong. He said, these are the last scroll of Qi Ming's diagram of 9 heavens and the second part of the torch dragon's eye. Chapter 1239. It turns out that this is a real god. After reading the last volume of Qi Ming Picture of 9 Heavens, Zhou Tong instantly had a more detailed understanding of the realm of real god. There were 2 prerequisites for a sky god to advance to real god. Firstly, one had to cultivate a perfect divine body. Secondly, one had to comprehend a great way. After fulfilling the 2 prerequisites, one had to use one's own way as the core to build a stronger divine body. Then, one could absorb power to advance through the transformation of the core of the divine body. Actually, at the level of real god, martial arts aren't necessary anymore. There isn't much difference between martial arts. Zhou Tong gradually understood many things. From sky god to real god, the perfect divine body had already reduced the gap between martial arts to an extreme. The divine body built by Qi Ming Picture of 9 Heavens was very strong, and it was relatively easy to advance to real god. However, the divine body built by Thunderbolt Body was also a perfect divine body after advancing to real god. The difference between the 2 was that Qi Ming Picture of 9 Heavens allowed one to advance to real god faster. Although the divine body was strong, it also indicated that the time taken to achieve a perfect divine body was very short. The divine body of a real god was related to the way that one comprehended. From sky god to real god, it was actually a step that gradually broke away from the shackles of the original martial arts. As everyone was different, the core of the great way that built the divine body was different. Naturally, it would also exceed the scope of the original martial arts. The method of building the body of real god in Qi Ming Picture of 9 Heavens uses the way of water and fire as the core. It's a pity. If it were other great ways, I would have to deduce it again according to my own situation. Zhou Tong studied the martial arts carefully and felt that it was a pity. In the beginning, the martial arts took the path of yin and yang. However, as one's cultivation increased, the way of water and fire gradually gained the upper hand. So much so that when one advanced to real god, they would completely use the way of water and fire as the core of the divine body. After the way of water and fire was raised to the extreme, although the power was also unparalleled to be comparable to yin and yang, one could only complete the 5 elements. The Qi Ming map of 9 heavens isn't suitable for me to level up. It requires water and fire. However, the core of my god body should be fire. Zhou Tong pondered for a while and said to himself. After getting what he wanted from Qi Ming Daozu, Zhou Tong walked down from the top of the mountain. Shimong Sun's primal twin was waiting for him here. How is the tribulation fire? Did Master pass on the rest of the Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens to you? Shimong Sun asked in a rather urgent manner. This was one of Xiaomong Sun's tests. If Qiming Daozu had passed down his cultivation technique, then it meant that this person was on his side. If he hadn't, then there was most likely something else going on. If that was the case, then Xiaomong Sun would have to be careful when interacting with him in the future. Zhou Tong nodded slightly and said, "Don't worry. I've already obtained the cultivation method. Let's return to Great Xia." Haha, fellow Taoist tribulation fire, don't worry. Great Xia is my territory. If you are willing, I can give you several prefectures. Xiaomong Sun said directly. He wanted nothing more than for Zhou Tong to settle down in his world of Great Xia. With such a celestial god around, if they were to encounter a truly dangerous war in the future, he'd have someone to take care of him. As for the mere prefectures of Great Xia, that didn't matter at all. Back then, he'd only been given 800 dukes. However, Great Xia had 3,600 prefectures. Less than a quarter of them were occupied by dukes. At least a portion of the 2,800 prefectures could be given to Zhou Tong to manage. Forget about the prefectures. I don't have the heart to manage those things. I was born in Great Xia and have been cultivating all these years. I've never truly seen the great rivers and mountains of this world. I'm preparing to go out and take a stroll. Zhou Tong said, "That's true. Let me tell you, our Great Xia has quite a few places that are unrivaled in the three realms. For example, the northernmost North Sea Prefecture has the Nine Heavens Aurora, or the Mahjiang Prefecture's Nine Bends Heavenly Rivers." Xiaomong Sun began to explain to Zhou Tong some of the scenic spots of Great Xia. Speaking of which, are there any dangerous or unique places in the three realms? Zhou Tong suddenly asked. The most dangerous places are none other than the primordial ruin world, Under Moon Lake, and a few other places, Xiaomong Sun said. The primordial ruin world was the most dangerous place known to the three realms. It existed in the endless void outside the three realms. According to legend, after Pangu's world shattered, the three realms of heaven, earth, and man were born. However, Panga's world still had some wreckage left behind. These wreckage were the primordial ruin world. However, the primordial ruin world was no longer a complete world. It was a shattered world. But precisely because of this, it was all the more terrifying. Time was in chaos, space was in chaos, and danger was everywhere. Even a true god like Daozu would be in mortal danger if he entered. As for Undermoon Lake, it was an extremely dangerous place within the primordial chaos. It was a deep pool within the primordial chaos, adjacent to an enormous planet. The water of the pool reflected off the surface of the planet, causing it to appear extremely beautiful. However, that place was one of the most dangerous places in the three realms. Only Empyrean gods could enter it. In the primordial era, many Empyrean gods had entered it, because they were certain that there was a great fortune to be found there. But afterwards, no one was willing to enter it, because none of the Empyrean gods who entered were ever able to return. Afterwards, Xiaomong Sun went on to list out several other dangerous places. Every single one of these places was capable of endangering Empyrean gods and true gods. This broadened Zhou Tong's horizons as well. There were many places that hadn't been mentioned in the original work. For example, the Sea of Blood in the deepest depths of the Netherworld, the numerous strange, small worlds in the void. Xiaomong Sun sighed. There are many dangerous places in the three realms that are simply too dangerous. Not even Master would dare to enter them rashly. But of course, aside from these dangerous places, the three realms also have many other places with great fortune. However, over the course of countless years, many of the great fortunes have been taken away by others, and so few people have paid any attention to those places. However, in terms of fortune, the most famous place is the Five Treasures Mountain of the Sword Immortal world. In the past, the number one sword immortal of the three realms, Fuju Daozu, left behind his most powerful sword art, the Five Treasures, there. Over the course of countless years, countless sword immortals have gone there to study it. That place is currently the largest and most public place for fortune in the three realms. So long as you are talented enough, you will be able to benefit from it. In the past, I went there to take a look as well. Unfortunately, my path is not that of the Tao of the Sword, and so I didn't gain much from it." As he spoke, Shamong Sun shook his head in a rather regretful manner. Zhou Tong nodded slightly. He did know a few things about the Five Treasures sword art, as well as a few things about Fuju Daozu. If he had the time in the future, he would naturally go there and take a look. Shamong Sun and Zhou Tong chatted idly about the customs of the three realms as they advanced. Soon, they entered a teleportation array, leaving Qi Ming Daozu's Bottomanda and returning to the Grand Xia. Chapter 1240. After returning to the Grand Xia, Zhou Tong discussed the Tao with Shamong Sun for over a month before finally leaving the imperial capital of the Grand Xia. It had to be said that although Shamong Sun was very weak as a fiend god body refiner, he had lived for 1,000,000,000 years. The grand Taos he had comprehended were extraordinary, and many of them were things which Zhou Tong had yet to comprehend. In the past month, he had benefited greatly. After leaving the royal capital of Grand Xia, Zhou Tong roamed the world of Grand Xia by himself. He was trying to comprehend the various aspects of this world, trying to understand the local customs of this world as well as the grand Tao of this world. Using nature as a model, using the many grand Taos of the stellar hall of the star-seizing manor as a guide, his insights into the grand Taos increased with each passing day. During this period of time, he wandered through countless places in the Grand Xia. Shamong Sun had recommended to him the 9 heavens aurora of the North Sea Commandery, as well as the 9 bends heavenly rivers of the Morjiang Commandery. During this period of time, he had also explored the mysteries of the Grand Xia. The Grand Xia dynasty had countless legends, as well as countless fortunes. He had once explored and discovered the estates left behind by more than 10 deceased celestial immortals, causing his foundation to grow significantly. He had been gone for 15 years. Right at this moment, a piece of news spread throughout the entire Grand Xia. The once every 3 centuries conclave of immortal destiny had begun once more. This time, the Xia Emperor, Shamong Sun, was personally presiding over it. The rewards were 10 times or even 100 times greater than the rewards of previous conclaves. As soon as this news came out, the various marquises, sects, and clans of the Grand Xia instantly felt terror in their hearts. The conclave of immortal destiny was both a blessing and a danger. Only those who reached the very end would have a blessing. Those who were eliminated at the very beginning would have died in vain. However, to the vast majority of sects and clans, they didn't care that their disciples would be cut off from the next generation. Every single one of these sects and clans had existed for millions or even tens of millions of years. They were completely capable of enduring a few hundred years of loss. However, what they were worried about was what the Grand Xia Emperor was thinking. The first conclave of immortal destiny had been personally presided over by the Grand Xia Emperor. The second time he had presided over it was when he had wiped out the rebellious Dong clan and the other clans in order to establish his might. This was his third conclave. With a single thought, Zhou Tong disappeared from the Eastern Sea. With a single step, he traversed millions and millions of li. In the blink of an eye, he once again arrived at the imperial capital of the Great Xia dynasty. He stood quietly in the air, looking down at the imperial capital of the Grand Xia dynasty. Candlelight flickered in his eyes, illuminating everything. In King Yan's estate, the plot hasn't changed much, though. Emperor. 2. At the same time, within King Yan's estate, there was a lake in front of Ning's residence. Snowflakes drifted through the air. Through this curtain of snow, one could see off into the distance. The pavilions, terraces, and towers were indistinct and hazy, as though they were hidden within the clouds. There was a different sort of aura to it. At this moment, Ji Ning was casually floating on a small boat on the surface of the lake. Aside from Ji Ning, there was another woman on the boat. It was King Yan's granddaughter, Princess Xia. She was Ji Ning's older cousin, Yuqi Xia. Cousin, the orders from the Imperial Citadel have already been issued. This conclave of immortal destiny is set to be held on the 16th of the first month. There's only a month left. How are your preparations? Yuchi looked at Jining. Jining laughed bitterly. How could I have known that this conclave of immortal destiny would be so grand? A while ago, when I was strolling through the imperial capital, I heard that many of the top-ranked disciples of the major sect have come. There are simply too many geniuses this time. I don't have much confidence in myself. Yuchi laughed. His Imperial Majesty is personally presiding over this conclave of immortal destiny. The various vassal sects, in order to curry favor with His Imperial Majesty, will naturally bring their most talented disciples. Cousin, given your talent and power, even if you aren't able to get into the top 10, your ranking definitely won't be too bad. Even my grandfather said that you would definitely be able to get a good ranking. Yuchi had personally witnessed Jining's sword techniques, as well as his power as a fiend god body refiner and ki refiner. He had trained the Qi Ming diagram of the 9 heavens to the peak of the Wanxiang level, and his immortal ranked ki refining technique had also reached the peak of the Wanxiang level. He could break through to the primal level at any time. But for the sake of participating in the conclave of immortal destiny, he had forcibly suppressed his power to the peak of the Wanxiang level. Even Yuchi, who had seen many things, had to admit that her cousin was a peerless genius. All the geniuses of the Grand Xia have gathered here. I wonder what sort of results I'll be able to achieve in the end. Jining felt some anticipation for this conclave as well. As my disciple, how can you be so lacking in confidence? Right at this moment, Zhou Tong's voice rang out in the ears of Jining and Yuchi, causing both of them to feel shocked. Yuchi was truly shocked. This was King Yan's estate, the estate of a celestial immortal. Someone had actually managed to sneak in without anyone noticing. But aside from his surprise, Jining felt wild joy in his heart. He could already tell that the speaker was Zhou Tong. He turned his head, instantly seeing Zhou Tong standing at the prow of the ship. "Your disciple greets you, master." Jining immediately bowed towards Zhou Tong. "This is the master you spoke of, cousin." The nearby Yuchi was very surprised. She hadn't imagined that this person would be him. "It's been 20 years since we last met. It seems you haven't wasted any of that time. You're only a hair's breadth away from the primal stage." Zhou Tong nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction on his face. "Master, last time you said that you would be able to undergo your tribulation in 10 years at most. Now you?" When Jining thought of this, a hint of delight appeared in his eyes. "Correct. 15 years ago, I underwent my Empyrean tribulation. Now your master is the Empyrean god of tribulation flame," Zhou Tong said leisurely. "Congratulations, master." Jining was overjoyed. With a master like this, his background could be said to be one of the most powerful of all the competitors in the conclave. In fact, it could even be said that his background was at the very top. Empyrean god of tribulation flame? You are that Empyrean god of tribulation flame, who underwent his tribulation 15 years ago outside the imperial capital. Yuchi cried out in alarm. As the princess of the Grand Xia, how could she not know the name of the Empyrean god of tribulation flame? More than 10 years ago, this name had resounded throughout the entire imperial capital of the Grand Xia. That heavenly tribulation had been so terrifying that even the imperial capital had been somewhat affected. Anyone who had reached the void level or earth immortal level would be able to see that terrifying heavenly tribulation and feel that terrifying pressure. After the heavenly tribulation dissipated, the name of the Empyrean god of tribulation flame quickly spread throughout the imperial capital. Everyone knew that the heavenly tribulation had been triggered by the Empyrean god of tribulation flame. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.